I call this meeting of the Board of Dental Examiners to order. I would like to remind everybody that in order for you to be broadcast, you must be speaking into a microphone that is activated. If your microphone is not activated, nobody hears you except the people in this room, and it's not broadcast. So let's make sure we do that today. Let's pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And now we will establish a quorum by roll call vote. Dr. White?
Dr. White here.
McElwain here.
York here.
Piszek here.
Talbot here. Perry here.
Executive Director, we do have a quorum? Thank you. Quorum confirmed. Dr. White, the financials, please.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the public. As part of my monthly financial report, I will provide a high-level overview of the board's current financial position, including its assets, liabilities, as reflected in the most recent financial statement. As of April 30th, 2026, the board's balances are as follows. Money market account, $953,005.30. Operating checking account, $272,235.64. Total current assets, $4,314,418.08. Total current liabilities, $457,873.76. That leaves a net position of $4,936,095.46. Total liability and net position is $5,393,996.22. At the May board meeting, a question was raised regarding the value of the board's building and its contents. The Alabama Department of Risk Management recently completed a valuation and determined the current value to be $2,315,850. Risk Management has indicated it will conduct further review of the building's contents as it believes the current valuation may be understated. I would also like to provide an important context regarding these figures again. Each year, the board collects a majority of its revenue during the annual license renewal period, which occurs in October. These funds are intended to support a full board operation for the year, including administrative expenses, regulatory enforcement, examinations, compliance activities, and statutory responsibilities. As a result, the balances reported during the months immediately following the renewal cycle may appear higher than other times of the year. These funds are not a surplus. Rather, they are designated to sustain the board's operations throughout the entire fiscal year. In compliance with the Governor's Transparency Directive, detailed financial information, including expenditures, vendors, payments processed through the state procurement system, is publicly available on the board's website. Additionally, October 1 of 2025, the board began incurring a new recurring monthly expenditure associated with the state procurement system. These costs are now reflected on the board's ongoing financial activity. This concludes my financial report. Sorry it's so long. I'm happy to answer any questions.
The money market fund is the litigation contingency fund.
Yes.
Its only purpose is, sir?
I was just going to mention something about the valuation of the building.
Come forward. Just identify yourself too.
Yeah, I'm Jim Driscoll. I'm the CPA for the firm, for the board. The valuations that you see on the balance sheet are always cost. There's not a mark to market. So Even if the state comes in and says, well, your building's worth 2 million, even though we've got it on the balance sheet at 879,000, there's not going to be a way for us to mark that up. It'll always be cost only offset by the depreciation of whatever schedule it's on.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Under unfinished business, I'd like to accept the agenda, excuse me. What?
We'll have to vote.
On the financials? Oh, I didn't see, okay, yeah,
Okay.
all right.
I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
Motion to accept the minutes as printed. Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous consent. All right, and the financials, Dr. White presented, since they come from the Secretary Treasurer, they don't need a second. All in favor to accept the financials?
And we just did,
Unanimous in a second, okay.
we need to do the minutes.
We just did the minutes.
Oh.
All right, now, the financials, Dr. White presented them, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous consent to accept the financials. Sorry, got off track, y'all. Now, let's take some things out of order. Let's have our wellness committee first, because I understand, John, that you need to get on an airplane.
Yes, sir. Taking my band of gypsies on a nice vacation.
Congrats.
All right, let's see what we got here. My pen, I need that. All right, let's see. Okay, first, we have 21 licensed practitioners that are being monitored. We have one dentist that returned to work on March the 30th, 17 dentists being monitored, 4 hygienists, and we're maintaining the records on 190 licensed professionals. We have great news to report. We have one of our practitioners that was approved for Blue Cross Blue Shield to be a preferred provider. This is a big win, and it has taken, Dr. Littleton actually is here today. She's with Blue Cross and has worked really hard with us as we've put our position forward. She's helped us put that along with Dr. Gray helping us with that. And this was one that was rejected by Blue Cross, and then they reconsidered. And so that was a lot of help from Dr. Littleton, was that they reconsidered it and didn't make us wait another 6 months to get this person approved as a credentialed. It's one that was taken off probation last summer, and we felt very deserving of this position. So that is a big win for the good guys, I believe. The second thing is, according to the board statute about the Alabama Impaired Professionals, the name change, and I think that's being addressed. So we're waiting on an update from our position on that. So we look forward to that. This is just kind of a bookkeeping thing. We got 2 dentists that are coming off of, they're finishing their consent orders this year. They are 2 people that were placed on probation. Probation was removed. They were denied credentialing with Blue Cross, but they were added back. But now they're fixing to finish so it's matriculation of our process. So these 2 dentists are coming off their consent orders. Hopefully, when in the next 5 years, we'll say that these people weren't put on probation; they're just coming off their consent orders. So that's the thing to celebrate there. The nonprofit, we're working on that diligently. I know Dr. White has been wanting information on that. I'm about to send the information on North Carolina to y'all about their structure. We have all of our financials that we're going to present to the board. Hopefully in the next month, we will have those to present on what it will cost and how it will affect everything with our nonprofit, which is going forward. I've got a meeting with Dr. Clater, who is the North Carolina Wellness Director, and with Jane Walters, who's the Georgia representative for their wellness committee. I'm talking with them about the nonprofit, so we're getting information, meeting with Clater in person, and then talking with Jane. So we're looking forward to getting more information on that. We have 6 of our participants going to the IDAA, which is the Doctors in AA meeting. We're really excited about that. We hope that we have the most people at this convention. And that would be significant. North Carolina had 5 last year. We're going to have 6 this year, so we hope to beat them. So our current works in progress, we have our dentist that was re-credentialed. We appreciate everything that Blue Cross has done to help us. We did have our meeting with Dr. Griffin is our newest member on our committee. He was unable to attend the first meeting, but he is all set up for the next one. His grandson's helping him with the computer issues, which can be very challenging. Dr. Finn and I have worked a little bit on the board on the website page for the Wellness Committee, and we're excited about that. All other dentists and hygienists that are in our program are turned in all the reports that are accounted for, and they're working well and in compliance. Other issues? Getting to go first, you don't have many issues. Everybody's ready
All
to
right.
go, huh?
Thank you.
Thank y'all for letting me go. I sure appreciate it. Y'all have a good, all right, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Littleton, we're going to take you out of order here so you can get on with your business too. If you'll just identify yourself and.
Good morning. I am Dr. Karen Littleton. I'm a general dentist in Woodstock, Alabama. And if you don't know where Woodstock is, it's in Bibb County. And if you've ever heard of the S-Town podcast, that's us. I've been working there since I graduated dental school in 1999. So I've been in practice for 27 years and just love the people of Woodstock and love rural dentistry. And in October, I started working with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama, and they came to me and asked me if I would help them be a liaison for the dentist. They realized that we have a lot of issues and we have a lot of problems in our state dental-wise, and I do appreciate the board doing everything they do. And Blue Cross is also grateful for just the great relationship through the years with the board. But I'm just basically here to give you all, and I know we have a lot of people listening, just information about my position, how you can help me, help the dentist, and help Blue Cross to understand each other, to communicate better about our needs, and to really help. I think our common goal is to help our patients. So I'm going to give you some information. So people that are listening, if y'all could get a pen and paper. Since I've gotten to Blue Cross, I've identified many things that we can collaborate. One of the things is just better communication when the dentist or dental offices call in. You know, you call that 1-800 number and everybody calls that 1-800 number. So we have specific needs. So I have encouraged them to open up a support line just for dentists and dental offices. It's a phone number and an email. So, if I come to your practice, I come to a lot of practices, I give you one of these magnets with that information. But here's what you need to know. If you have anything dental related, you can email at dental@bcbsal.org. You can also email me there, and that's Karen.Littleton, that's Littleton, at bcbsal.org. There's also a phone number, dental specific, and that's 1-866-904-4130. You can also call me on my cell phone, and I will give that out. I do not mind. That's 205-962-2113. I'm going to just try to quickly go over just several things that we've been working on at Blue Cross with several dentists. One of the things is we are trying to make our provider access for dentists more user-friendly. And that's a lot harder than you think. I am not IT savvy, but what I do is I just give them suggestions, and it all comes from the dentist. You tell me what you need for provider access to do for you, and I will tell the IT people, and we're working on it. So we've been able to really make it more user-friendly. I think it needs to be even more user-friendly, but I need your input. So Anybody out there, just take some time, look at provider access, tell me your thoughts, email me, and I need your feedback because that's a great resource and we need to make it better. So one of the things that I realized when I first got there is we have a lot of work to do and it's very overwhelming. So what I did is I tried to put forward what we all feel is the most important in our vulnerable population, and that's our children and our elderly. So for our children, I've been working with Dr. Caitlin Reeves. She's the president of the Alabama Pediatric Association, and the vice president, Carson Cruz. And they have identified some really big needs for the children. And it's mostly in their general anesthesia cases. The backlog, I'm not a pediatric dentist, so I had to learn. The waiting list for children to get abscess teeth taken care of, who are 0 to 5, who cannot, sit still in the chair. It's like 8 to 12 months or more. It's ridiculous. And so I said, what in the world can Blue Cross do? So they identified that the ambulatory surgical centers were not opening to Blue Cross or Medicaid because of the low reimbursement. So it's a very, very long story, a lot of hard work. A lot of data was given from Dr. Reeves to me to present to Blue Cross. Blue Cross finally understood the need. And like I say, very long story short, we are able to reimburse these surgical centers for what they need. And we originally had about 10 or 11 either hospitals or surgical centers in our state available for dental surgeries. Not enough. We now have 18 more that are about to open. One of them, a few of them have already opened. And Children's South, one of the big ones, they're about to open in August or September. So it's a huge win for the pediatric dentist and the children of Alabama. The pediatric dentists are now able to actually practice their profession, their specialty. So we're hoping the waiting list for these children will get shorter. And as soon as Blue Cross made this decision, now Medicaid is starting to come on board, and that's usually the way it goes. So I also had some help from Dr. Coslin. He gave me a lot of information just about the policies that he's been involved with for general anesthesia in office. So the pediatric dentists also need that option. There's a pediatric dental anesthesia group that Blue Cross is, and they have never been able to really come to an agreement. So with even more data and more information, I've now been able to get those two parties at the table talking, and I'm hoping to have an agreement soon so that Blue Cross will pay, at least for all kids, to have in-office sedation and try to shorten the waiting lines even more. So I just wanted everybody to know that's the kind of work that I do there. I'll listen to everyone. I'll listen to hygienists. I'll listen to dental lab owners. They have issues. And we know it's about reimbursements. That's obvious. There's many codes that I am working on right now to significantly increase for the general dentist. So things are happening. Yes, it's slow, but they are moving. And I want to encourage our dentists. I don't know, and Blue Cross doesn't know what your specific need is until you tell us. Okay. So please email me. Please call me. Let me know what it is that you're struggling with. If mostly I get increased reimbursements, that's okay. Give me your thoughts. Give me your suggestions. There have been some wonderful suggestions that I've had from general dentists that I think that Blue Cross can work with. So always just ask. So you have my information, and I appreciate you guys letting me have a few minutes just to let you know what's going on out there in Blue Cross. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Dr. Littleton. Can I say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for coming. I do believe the state is in crisis. We will have a problem, and we, as being the protectors of the public, if we don't have dentists in the state, and that's where we're headed because of the reimbursements, and Blue Cross Blue Shield is a major, yes. So I thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate you. I think everybody feels that same way.
Thank you. I just want everyone to hear. I appreciate you saying that, and Blue Cross is aware. One of the problems that a dentist came to us, well, several dentists came to me with, is the many problems at our School of Dentistry as far as funding and getting, faculty and attracting, more faculty. They are desperate for more faculty. They have a myriad of issues financially, as you can imagine. So I'm going to be in conversation with our dean at the school and the executive director. Blue Cross has some ideas for them to increase their funding. They have some requests. So things are happening there. And Blue Cross's goal is also to attract more dentists to the state. And they understand why it's been a problem. But they understand the numbers here are woefully low. And so part of that initiative is to get the school on better footing, as much as Blue Cross can do. I mean, obviously it's not, we can't do everything, but we can do something, and we're going to do that. And so that way we can have more students, more faculty for those students, and hopefully retain them in Alabama. So we're doing a rural dental focus. So
Very good.
to answer that, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're into unfinished business. Item A is oral conscious sedation, parental sedation, and general anesthesia on permit reinstatement, dash O-beam and sedation monitoring requirements, Dr. Lane and Dr. Coslin.
Well, thank you for the promotion.
Okay, I'm
Appreciate
sorry.
the honorary degree.
So before we lead off, I just want to comment on something that was just said. What people don't realize is what Karen, the hurdles that Karen had to get over to get people to understand something. So children in an outpatient setting, you've got different variables. The surgical centers want to make money. They're there. They're an investor for-profit situation. So when the reimbursement was low for the center, they didn't want the kids. They corrected a lot of that. That was pretty simple to correct. But then you got the anesthesiologists that are there who are paying the nurse anesthetists. When the anesthesia fees were so low, they were losing money by paying a nurse anesthetist for every case they were doing. So the anesthesiologists were coming to the surgical centers and say, I know you said you're going to open up the doors because you've worked out your problem. The problem is you're driving us into financial ruin, and we can't provide anesthesia. So she's had to negotiate and balance all these different variables at the same time. And in conversations with her, she didn't understand some of that. Once she heard it, it's like it clicked, and that's been a driving force. And so thank you so much, because going up to that many centers makes a difference. And then this pediatric dental anesthesia group that we've credentialed through the dental offices have been credentialed with that group. Financially, they couldn't work for the fees of Blue Cross. I mean, and Medicaid especially. And by bringing them to the table now, that's going to help. So this is the actions of having a responsible dentist in positions of leadership in any committee in the state, wherever it is. I mean, this is just one example. This is what helps the public and protects the kids and gets dental care going. And you don't realize sometimes how one person in one big group can make a big difference. And I just wanted to say that while she was still in the room. And now I'm going to be quiet, let Kevin get started.
It's all good. So we're going a bit out of order here. This rule in your packet is appropriately titled Rule 270X 2-.210. I'm sorry, 21. It's called oral conscious sedation. This has multiple facets to it. The assignment and task was to place O-beams or the O-beams generic equivalent into the rule. So I've clumsily labeled it HFAM, which is high fidelity advanced airway management. whatever. We can call it whatever you want to. The point is that in oral conscious sedation, the applicable section to place it, in my opinion, is under number 1, which is where you described that that the licensee must have ACLS certification, and then they would also have to have this as well. The difficulty for the other 2 permit types for parenteral sedation and general anesthesia, those are handled in statute. So all of the requirements, fundamentally from how many hours you need, the education requirements, even up to you need ACLS, all of that is a statutory requirement. So there's not a simple plug and play interval to put this into a rule for them. So on a superficial level, this was addressing that immediate request from this board. Dr. Coslin and I got together and just sort of brainstormed. It may be possible to add a new rule entirely. It would be 2.6, and it would just say something to the effect of sedation safety considerations or safety courses. And then you would have a strict requirement that says all permit holders for the following things are required to obtain XYZ by blank date, and then in perpetuity thereafter. But that is something for this board with its counsel to decide as to whether or not that's an appropriate method to handle it. I have rough draft language of that available should we need it in the future, but to the immediate request in your packet, you should have the 221 oral conscious sedation blurb there in part 1.
So the OCS rule that he changed solves the problem for OCS because OCS is governed under rule, not statute, not Dental Practice Act. So that's an easy thing for the board to change. The problem is it doesn't address the other 2 deliverances of anesthesia, parenteral sedation and general anesthesia. And I'm not an attorney and don't pretend to be, but there's nothing in the DPA that makes it an exclusivity that's the only requirements that a doctor must have for that. It outlines it, but it doesn't say, and that's it and nothing else. So what I proposed with Kevin's help, and I'm telling you a tremendous amount of help from Kevin, I can't tell you how valuable he's been in this, is that we propose Rule 270-X-2-.26, okay, that would say something to this effect, or would say this: it's sedation safety course requirements as a requirement to apply and or maintain an Alabama oral conscious sedation, parenteral anesthesia, or general anesthesia permit. Dentists must complete and maintain a current certification in high fidelity advanced airway management simulation course. So basically, it doesn't affect the DPA at all. The DPA tells you what you have to do. And then this comes in and tells you one more thing you have to do for all levels of anesthesia. And it's a rule. It doesn't contradict the DPA. It doesn't change the DPA. It's basically just one more rule. And it layers on one more thing, just like we've done in other areas where certain CE stuff's required. And then later on, we talk about other situations. This is what we propose that the board pass today as a rule, in addition to the other information that's been presented.
Mike, why don't y'all circulate it to us first? Okay.
I can do that. I can make copies of this and pass this 226 around, which is fine. And then while we're discussing the second portion of 217, and then the other amendments, we can circle back to it, because this rule was addressing 2 separate portions as well.
Okay.
So if it's appropriate, I'll make copies of this and then circulate that. We can jump back to it as
right. I like everybody to have it and see it before we vote on it or we consider it. Okay. Next.
I think breaking sequence, it would be more appropriate to do the suggestion about intervals.
Intervals,
Yep.
sure.
It's in the same rule for this one as well. So this again is another modification to 221, and it's a modification to Rule 2-.17 as well. So in both of those packets, there should be a cutout in 2-.21. It would be under number 8, which for me is the page 3 of that rule. The paragraph starts with appropriate continuous monitoring and documentation of the patient's vital signs during oral conscious sedation shall include, and then it goes on. At the very end of that, Dr. Coslin and I propose that we strike the last two sentences. Those begin with intraoperative monitoring of vital signs shall be recorded every 10 minutes for a patient below 14 years of age and every 5 minutes for patients 14 and up. And appropriate protocols should be established to ensure appropriate recovery of the patient prior to the discharge of the clinic, and replace that with the aforementioned monitoring shall be documented and recorded within the anesthetic record in 5-minute intervals.
So if you remember, there's been discussion over the years, for some members who weren't there, that the pediatric dentists were talking about the requirements for anesthetic monitoring, that if you have this child who's screaming and yelling and all that, you can't put blood pressure cuffs on them and EKG leads on them and all this while they're awake and alert and they're fussing and all that. And we all totally get that. And this doesn't change any of that. What this is saying is that once you're documenting the monitoring, it has to be in 5-minute intervals. There's no medical standard out there in any procedures where a child under 14, you have to only document for 10 minutes, and adults you do every 5 minutes. The documentation should be the same. This has nothing to do with when you're going to put the monitors on. So if you've ever been in a situation where they're putting a small child to sleep, they'll put the child on the table or in the dental chair, they put the mask on, they start administering the gas, the kid's fighting and fussing and all this kind of stuff, and now the kid just gets very calm. Once they do that, suddenly you see EKG leads put on, blood pressure, IV started, all that kind of stuff. But once that's on and you're monitoring it, it's every 5 minutes you're documenting it. So it doesn't change anything that we're saying that the dentist has to do or the protocol, other than that this requires our current rule says you don't have to write vital signs down except every 10 minutes. And we're saying, no, everybody's vital signs get documented every 5 minutes. The monitors are on, you document it every 5 minutes. And that brings everybody into the same standards and standard of care of any anesthetic that's administered, whether it's a child going in to have a pediatric hernia fixed or a child getting ready to go to sleep to have 6 stainless steel crowns put on under general anesthesia. So that's what we have listed there.
To piggyback that thought, in Rule 270X 217, that same language was applied. That rule is titled Criteria for On-Site Inspection of the Use of General Anesthesia. And I think I put that in the monitoring section, which is F, and then I placed it under number 3. And that paragraph reads, mechanical monitoring shall be used with every patient. Blood pressure, cardiac rate, oxygen saturation, end-tidal CO2, capnography, electrocardiogram, EKG are all required to be monitored during the pre-anesthetic and or pre-sedation and intra and post-operative intervals. And then I added, the aforementioned monitoring shall be documented and recorded within the anesthetic record in 5-minute intervals. I tried to put it in a place that I thought was encompassing. If you have a better suggestion on where you'd like to place it and you agree with the language, just let me know. It's a copy and paste job. It's easy after that. So
Yeah,
I think
it
Mike and
fits
I
very,
agree.
very well. Yeah, it fits very well.
All right. You have before you now 270X-2.26 sedation safety course requirements. And it says, as a requirement to apply and or maintain an Alabama oral conscious sedation, parenteral, this should say parenteral sedation, not anesthesia, and or general anesthesia permit, dentists must complete and maintain a current certification in high fidelity advanced airway management in a high fidelity advanced airway management simulation course. So 2 corrections to it. It should say in a, and it should say parenteral sedation, not anesthesia, because that's how our statute refers to it. Okay. Do I have a motion that we publish this? Motion by Dr. Piszczek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Talbot. Roll call vote. Dr. White?
Dr. White, yes.
McElwain, yes?
York, yes.
Bishop, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
Okay, and this will be published, for public comment. All right, now,
So that was voting for that specific rule.
just that,
If we do that one and we go back to 221, that means that we want to remove that proposed language from paragraph 1 and then only consider the latter change that was added for the 5-minute interval portion. Because
okay,
it should
okay.
be redundant.
Explain the motion so somebody can make it, because it's a little complicated.
Sure. So 221, we initially changed that, and you have that to add the maintaining the high fidelity advanced airway management simulation course under 221-1. That's not necessary because we just put it in as a separate anesthesia monitoring rule. So I would propose that we delete the addition that says, in addition, dentists must complete and maintain a current certification in high fidelity advanced airway management simulation course. Strike that from Rule 1. It's already in this new rule.
I was trying to find 2 ways to solve your problem.
Okay.
You didn't need to vote on both of them. You just needed to accept one or the other. Because you chose the umbrella option, you wouldn't need to have the specificity redundantly placed in this rule. So my first proposition is moot. It's irrelevant.
We've never voted on it,
Correct.
so it doesn't matter.
But this rule is up for vote because we have the suggested language for the aforementioned monitoring shall be documented and recorded in 5-minute intervals.
Okay,
So-
so the only change is
The 5-minute,
5-minute interval change.
correct.
The only change is the 5-minute interval change.
Right.
Okay, and we're suggesting that we make revisions to the appropriate rules to establish a 5-minute interval in anesthesia. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, do I have a motion? Motion by Dr. Piszczek,
Second.
second by Dr. York. Roll call vote. McElwain, yes?
Have we had discussion on this yet? Is this just for, we're gonna have public comment on it?
Yeah. All rules
Okay.
that you modify must be published and then have a period of public comment, then come back for consideration.
Sorry. White, yes.
York,
York, yes.
Bishop, yes.
Talbot, yes. Perry, yes.
all right.
Okay, and then we have one more out of that, which has to do with, I apologize, I broke order. I will wait patiently.
Go right ahead. Go.
Thank you.
Oh, we got Dr. Coslin here.
Gotcha. This one, it does affect him too. This one on the agenda is letter G under unfinished business. And this is the draft of the IV assistance proposal. In Rule 270X 3-.10, it's titled Duties of Allied Dental Personnel. Under the large second portion titled Dental Assistants and Dental Hygienists, the language was added and it's reflected in your packet. Double A, place an intravenous catheter under the direct supervision of a duly licensed dentist to aid in the administration of IV anesthetics, provided that the dental assistant or dental hygienist has been trained to competency and that no drugs are being administered by same.
Okay. So that means they can help you put the IV in, but they cannot give medications, which is what we all agreed on.
Correct.
All right.
And specifically, and this is for your broader consideration before we publish it for comment, this only contemplates the use in an IV setting. This is not broadly applicable.
An IV anesthetic setting.
Yes, sir.
An IV
Yes,
anesthetic
yes,
setting.
yes, yes. Not something where you'd place an IV and administer something else.
All right.
All right. This isn't for the person to tell the assistant, go ahead and start an IV and I'm gonna go get some antibiotics and put them in for an abscess too.
So
This
should
would be-
it read anesthesia/sedation then?
Well, it says under the direction of a duly licensed dentist in the administration of IV anesthetics.
Yeah. But I'm making the distinction of anesthetics and sedatives. Do you see?
So any sedative.
So
any sedative that you would give through an IV would fall under the parenteral sedation guidelines. There's,
That's the point I'm making. So that we make sure that this is applicable to anybody with a sedation permit. That we don't box ourselves into the anesthesia.
So your proposal is basically.
Just be careful about the wording.
The language that I've proposed, and then when you get to dentist to aid in the administration of IV anesthetics /
Sedation.
sedation.
okay.
Yeah, I just make sure we say that so we don't box ourselves in.
Understood.
All right. Do I have a motion? Motion by Dr. Talbot, second
Second.
by Dr. York. Okay, roll call vote. McElwain, yes?
White, yes.
York, yes.
Pishak, yes.
Talbot, yes. Perry, yes.
All right, and it passes unanimously. All right,
Can I do the anesthesia evaluation report?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you're done.
Get you off of here.
For the rest of the day, I think. This will be very short because we've just accomplished all the business. And I think, other than going through the process, we'll move this along. I just want to let you know that we are still completely up to date with all evaluations and inspections. We had, since the last meeting, we had three more applications. One has already been inspected for the initial inspection. One is scheduled for this Monday, and the other one is scheduled for June 22nd. These are all offices that this is not a primary office. These are all offices where somebody is traveling either from out of state, from a significant distance out of town, or at least only covers the location on a very sporadic basis. And it still offers some concerns, but yet they're qualified that they meet the guidelines. I still continue to say we need to press forward on some of the discussions and rules that were submitted a while ago on what constitutes proper coverage. The fact that we came up with rules on on-call coverage, distance from travel, access to emergency records after hours. These are the things that we still have to make sure. I think they were passed as a rule and are waiting for the publication and process. I think, are we correct on that? And I don't know when that pops back up in the process. I would say it's getting very close to around a 6-month period of time, but that is still something that we need to be sure we keep our eye on, because that is the one issue, is that we have one clinic where every single doctor that covers that clinic is out of state. There's one in-state doctor, but he's withdrawing from the clinic. And that clinic, every doctor that travels at least 80 to 90 miles and they're out of state with very limited ability, because of their primary job, to cover the clinic in any emergency situation. And they have no phone, they have no availability to see a patient in an emergency room, and they have no relationship with any other practitioner in the state. So I'm looking forward to seeing that rule with cross coverage, because that to me is the next issue that presents the biggest risk of patient safety and quality care.
Have we published a rule, considered a rule on that and published a rule on that, Ken? I don't
know that it was formalized.
I don't remember ever seeing it.
The last two that we did are coming up for comment around July 10th for the board meeting that follows right after that. I don't believe that is on that topic.
That was the one that you worked on.
Yeah, but I think it was going to come back to the board as a final written rule for our consideration, and I don't think it ever came back.
We'll follow up with you, and then
Okay.
we'll get that drafted.
If it has not, then we ought to have a rule come back in July so that we can look at it and discuss it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me get back in order here. Okay, we're down to discussion of terminology of felony requirements in DPA board rules. Mr. Elkins.
I've pulled these, I think this has been a subject of conversation on previous board meetings. So I pulled the statutes and the rules. It's really just whatever y'all want to discuss about it. I think we've kind of covered it before. That under your statute, if you have a prior felony, you're precluded by licensure, by credentials. However, if it's by examination or any other form, and including dental hygienist, the board is within its rights to say they could deny somebody if it's against public interest, the promotion of public health, or if you don't find the applicant has good moral character. So it's more just kind of a discretionary of how y'all define that. It is only strictly prohibited on an application by credentials under the statute. So.
Okay. Everybody understand that if somebody has a prior felony, we're not allowed to consider them for an application of licensure by credentials. Okay.
But in the case of the ADHP program, we could accept them if they've.
The way your rules are written, you can accept them, but you also can deny them. If you believe, based on the situation, you do not think that applicant is of good moral character.
Mm-hmm.
So it shifts over to a discretionary, to whatever you think of the situation. You just got to be able to pinpoint. This is what's in your record. This is what you've said. We do not believe you're of good moral character.
And that's a board rule 270X 2.07. Is that correct? That's not a statute.
Well, the only statute is the credentialing part.
So your statute on your dental hygienist specifically is 34.926. Is where they bring in good moral character and public interest and promotion of public health and safety. You got a similar portion dealing with strictly dentist on 34.910.
Yeah.
Bringing up good moral character if it's not within the public
Yeah.
interest.
The only thing I'd say about this is it seems to me that we probably ought to have the same consideration in all categories. That having one category be different creates a problem in the long run. That'll be before the board at some point. That we ought to consider modifying, if that's a rule, so that credentials, we will be allowed discretion just like we are in primary licensure.
Yeah. And
Is it statute or rule?
this is going to be a statute. So you
Oh,
need to do
okay,
a statutory.
okay. Well, when we get to that, when we do the DPA, when we're modifying the DPA, we can talk about making that modification. Because I just think we ought to be consistent across the board with the way we do things. Okay, thank you.
And I'll tell you, I would agree, because it's not a good to have a set standard of what you treat one people and then treat another different, just if it's
No,
discretionary.
when you have two people come and they're equally qualified and we deny one and we accept the other, we created a dilemma for the board. All right, thank you. So that should be a consideration when we're doing the DPA, and we get to that point. Is that in which section, Kevin? Do you know?
That would be in the,
Section 1, isn't it?
one moment.
34.9.
It would be in the first portion.
Yeah, so it's one of the things we've talked about that we really didn't see.
Right.
All right. Research on temporary personnel and hygiene renewals, Mr. Elkins. And I think this will involve Ms. Perry too, because she has some interest in.
And if you want to start out, Ms. Perry, I've talked with her and provided her the statutes and rules and the
I get
collaborate.
it. So nowhere in the rule or the statute does it say that a hygienist is required to add an employer for license renewal. Employer and supervisor, of course, is two different things. We have plenty of hygienists that are supervised every day, but they don't have a constant employer. So to stay current, that needs to not be on our license renewal. We should not have to put a dentist that we work for on our license renewal. That would fall under the 30 days where we have to inform the board of where we're at as our supervisor, because temporary hygienists do not have a permanent employer. And people who want to remain active but no longer work don't have an employer. So to be consistent, to keep everybody in line, we need to remove that. Otherwise, it's gonna create a problem with us having to go to every hygienist that doesn't have an employer and say, hey, you didn't put an employer down, you're in violation. So, again, to be supervised and to be employed are not the same. So, if this is the appropriate time, I would just like to make a motion that a hygienist that does not have to identify an employer on her license renewal.
And right now, the way our rules are written, there's nothing in the rules that identifies that they have to do that. What you're allowed to do is, the board may request any information they deem necessary. So this would be whatever you deem necessary needs to be on the application. Like Ms. Perry said, really, they're required to be under direct supervision. Hygienists are required within 30 days of a change of employer or mailing address to update the board, but that's under rules, but they're required. The rest is for the applications, whatever the board deems necessary
Correct.
to require on an application.
So my understanding of what you're saying is that we no longer need to have that on the licensure or renewal. But we do need to make sure that they're aware that they should notify us every 30 days of who the preceding supervising dentist was, correct?
Correct. Yes. So we would not have to identify an employer to renew our license.
All right. And we probably would be prudent to let our hygiene people know about that requirement, Ms. Perry, right? Because it's
Yes.
kind of confusing.
Yes, it's very confusing for them because they weren't ever, they never knew that they had to report every 30 days. I've been doing a lot of communication with that.
Okay. So your motion is that we no longer require it on licensure. But I also would add that we should probably notify the hygiene licensees to notify the board every 30 days of who they're proceeding if it changes.
Yes, I think that we
Because
could probably.
Some people will never change, but others it'll change.
In a blink
that
of an
good?
eye.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor by Ms. Perry, a second.
A second.
Second by Dr. White. Discussion?
What if you have, I've got a part-time hygienist who works for me every Monday, but then works for somebody else Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Not necessarily temporary, but kind of a part-time kind of.
But that is part-time, so that's already reported, I think.
So they do not need probably to come in every 30 days?
No, I wouldn't
no,
think so.
That's not changed.
That's continuous.
Gotcha.
I think once they inform the board of what their arrangement is that's stable,
If it's a
then
stable
that's
arrangement.
good.
Yes,
Okay. perfect.
yes.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Call the vote. McElwain, yes?
White, yes.
York, yes.
Piszek, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously. All right, excuse me. Research and review of general supervision, Ms. Elkins. I'm Mr. Elkins. Ms. Perry, I'm sorry. Hey, look, I marked on this thing so much. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. They're up in my intercept next week. All right, Mr. Elkins.
I think this is kind of similar to what we just talked about, and if Ms. Perry has anything to say on it. Really, it's just a statutory change for which I want to propose right now. Hygienists are restricted to only working under direct supervision. That definition is provided by rules, but direct supervision is provided in statute. So if we want to make a change to that and move to a general supervision, then it just have to be in this DPA statutory change, however y'all see fit on it.
Okay, that's a DPA consideration. And that's important.
That's part one. That's like part one, chapter one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on down to opinion on 3499, Mr. Elkins.
I'm in the process. I haven't been able to finish it yet, just to draft.
Yeah, we skipped that, right?
Yeah, we skipped F. Did you want to go back, Dr. McElwain?
No, we did it, didn't we?
That's
did-
board meetings part of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. 270X-1.08 board meetings, Mr. Elkins. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we,
So correct me if I'm wrong, what we're trying to do on this, and I've drafted a rule of that, is just to allow when the board members want to conduct research in between board meetings for the president to be able to sign off and authorize it to not have a board meeting. Is that correct?
yeah, the president or the secretary treasurer.
Okay. Right now, I've just got it listed as an edit to the rule. It says it's any other official activity authorized in advance by the board or the board president, and then I could add board secretary of the, and kind of do it that way. I think it's broad enough
Okay,
that research would be official activity.
okay.
So it just provides that it's not a full vote of the board if they get, as long as they get prior authorization from one or two. So
Right, for something that comes up between meetings, see, there is no mechanism for me to say, for Kelly to call me and say, Dr. McElwain, I'm working on this, and me say, okay, that's fine, I've got you down. And then that should be something that I should then email the executive director, and it appears on the next month's agenda that I've approved it for the board to ratify.
So that's correct. So we could do that if you want to go ahead and vote on the rule.
All right.
Let me see if I-
I just think that for the efficiency of this, that would sure help.
So the only difference would be is that add secretary treasurer on.
Right. That's why I put you on there. Yeah, so that there would always be somebody to sign for me, and then you would present it.
I make a motion to approve, meetings for the board, 270X 1.08.
And what we'll do is we'll publish this rule,
And it should say, and it will say, by the board president or board secretary treasurer.
Yeah, we'll make the alteration or secretary
Okay.
treasurer on that.
That'd
And if
be-
y'all vote
that'd
to
be
accept it, we'll go from there.
All right. Have a motion, a second
Second,
by Dr. White. All in favor? McElwain, yes?
White, yes.
York, yes.
Keisha, yes.
Talbot, yes. Harry, yes.
Okay. I just think that makes what we do very more workable. Okay. And I apologize for getting out of order here. I've written all over my sheet, so it's getting kind of hard to with. And we're going to consider the general supervision while we're working on the DPA. And then 3499, Mr. Elkins, I think the specific thing there, and I think we've all decided this, is that the board does not have discretion over PPO contracts between dentists and insurance companies.
That's correct. And that's all I was going to write is just a short opinion, just that it's outside of your regulatory power
Okay.
to regulate.
And so that'll appear, you'll attach your opinion to the board minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, just
thank
something
you.
simple, just a paragraph or two on it.
All right. We're down to I. Update of go ahead.
On that 3499, is that something just to clean it up so there's no confusion in the people? On 3499, just to clean it up so there's no confusion like there has been in the future when we get to that in the DPA, is that something we might want to change or amend or pull out or anything? Or is it, do you think it's clear enough to leave in there?
Yeah, I think it's clear enough to leave in there. What I really was wanting to do is just have some kind of opinion y'all could point to if this continues to come up to the board, like, look, whether we agree or not, it's really not something that we regulate. You need to take it somewhere else. So that's more, because you'd have to expand I don't know if it will be within your purview to expand your regulatory power to go after PPOs in the statute. So it's more just to kind of help when consumers or licensees come up, just kind of explain that this is not something that we necessarily do.
Thank you.
And you're publishing all the opinions, they're being published online, correct?
Yeah, we could put it however y'all want to do it. If it's somewhere easy to put on the website for people to refer to, just so they can know if they get to looking about it.
All right. We're down to number I, update of policy for consent orders and settlement agreements. Mr. Lane and Mr. Elkins.
I think this one has been discussed fully. Dr. White, if you're satisfied with the discussion, we brought it to your attention in February. We had the brief discussion in March. We talked about it in Florence in April, and we discussed it last month in total in May. If we're satisfied with it, you understand that the licensee, under disciplinary ramification, would get a settlement agreement first. And then after that negotiation took place with the team member instructing the conditions to our board attorney, that attorney will then take that information to the responding party. They will either agree, disagree, negotiate as it is, comes back. The board will see that settlement agreement prior to accepting it. And then by accepting it, you ratify it through a cover sheet consent order.
Okay.
And then when public documents are requested, a copy of the consent order and the settlement agreement are provided to the requestor.
I think we added that because we wanted a policy process written up. Is that? Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want that in addition to the already established policy that describes that on the website? There's a protocol as it stands now that discusses everything that I've said. And the only thing that isn't explicitly stated is that you will get 2 pieces of paper rather than 1.
I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. That is the chief difference between what has changed from the past, where we've had board members who have participated in this, and the way that Cameron's proposed it. Materially, the negotiation and discussion occurs the same way. Just practically there are 2 pieces of paper instead of 1 piece of paper.
Essentially making the paperwork fit what we're actually doing.
Okay. So there's nothing we need to vote on here. We've already.
As long as you're satisfied with what we've just discussed, then the answer is no. If you do want something to be reflected in policy, then please.
Well, here you go. Let's have a motion that we accept this consent order and settlement agreement policy as stated.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. White, second by Dr. Piszczek. All in favor?
Dr.
McElwain,
White?
yes.
Dr. White, yes.
York, yes.
Yes.
Talbot, yes.
Harry, yes.
Okay. So now we have it down the way we're going to do it. Gets complicated. All right. We're down to Dr. White, board meeting calendar.
Yes. So it should be in everyone's packet. I am still waiting for one other entity to give their dates so we can just add it to our calendar. But this is just a preliminary copy of our, thank you so much, on page 55. Thank you, Dr. Finn. You're amazing. I tried to make the meetings on the first Thursdays and Fridays of the month. The only date that maybe we need to discuss, I believe, is the July meeting. And I'm not sure when the state holiday is. If the state holiday is the Friday before July 4th, that would preclude us from having the meeting. So we need to,
It's July 4th on Saturday.
it's on Sunday. It'll be Monday, okay. So if everybody's good with that, I can get the other information. I believe the executive director said that they should know when their meetings will be held in July. And I can have that information back for us in August. Hopefully that will still give us enough time to do what we need to do.
Sonia, I got a question. Do we
Yes.
really want, well, I want me here, to have the meeting on 4th of July long weekend?
No.
No, we don't.
Okay, so we have the following week, the AGD national meeting. And I mean, we can always have our meeting at the same time, but we try to work around the state meetings.
When is the GC meeting next year?
Pardon?
When is the DC meeting
When is it?
next year?
July 22nd is the start date.
But we should be able to have our meeting, the July 8th and 9th.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's make that modification. Is that good? Everybody?
And what about Labor Day weekend? Is it okay? I mean, Labor Day is gonna be, that's gonna be a long weekend.
Labor Day will be
The 7th.
So what
I'm
you're
sorry,
saying
when?
is,
Who's saying is that we're
it's
gonna have?
August,
Wait, no, it's not the
September.
7th. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the second and third would be during the Labor Day long weekend.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, so Labor Day is the
that?
6th.
Correct. So you're asking to have a meeting September 2nd and 3rd. That's another long weekend.
That's what I'm pointing out.
Right. So what we're asking is, can we
9th
move it
and
to
the
the
10th?
9th and the 10th instead?
But the 9th and the 10th is the Alabama AGD.
Right.
Yeah.
If I may be so bold to remind you that if you want to push the September meeting to the middle of September, that's fine. You don't have to have an October meeting. Unless there's some,
Yeah, no, you should.
Well, October,
you should- October.
New member.
Yeah, new member.
you don't need to have a September meeting. You can do it in October. How's that?
So you're saying having August and then October?
What I'm saying from a practicality standpoint is that if you have a board meeting and then 2 weeks go by and we're having another board meeting, there's not been enough time for any of the projects and tasks to be accomplished. So if you have something that you have to do in October, thank you for the reminder. That's a big one. Then perhaps you don't need to do it in September. But that's up to your discretion.
If we do that, and I think that's a very decent suggestion, why don't we move the August meeting back maybe a week? Not back, but forward a week. And that way it kind of gives 5 weeks and then 6 weeks in between, instead of just 4 weeks and then 7 weeks.
Right.
So have the August meeting when?
12 to 13. Is that what you're saying?
Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
what
if
day?
we're gonna skip September, you're saying put August 12 and 13?
Yes, sir. That
Okay.
I was piggybacking off what Kevin was saying about skipping the September meeting.
Okay.
I'll make a proposal that we have the meetings on July 8th and 9th and August 16th and 17th.
12 and 13.
12 and 13.
And skip September.
And cancel
And
September
cancel
meeting.
September.
Second.
All right.
Okay, Dr. White, yes.
We have a calendar suggested, a motion made in a second. Dr. White's in favor, McElwain in favor.
York, yes.
Pishak, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
All right, and we have adopted, this is our proposed calendar. All right, now. We're gonna approve meetings for board travel as listed, the AADA, ADEX, AADB, and the credits for the dates listed. And just to get those on the books.
Okay, before we do that, I can't do credits. I'm
Thank you for,
the hygiene representative for ADEX and I can't, they won't allow that. So someone will need to do credits. It just can't be me.
and I pose the option that I don't know if it has to be a sitting board member. I will reach out to credits to find out, because, you know, we want to have state representation, but I don't believe it has to be a sitting board member.
Okay, let's approve board travel. And then we'll discuss it we'll try to figure out who can replace Kelly.
I make a motion to approve the board travel or the following, association meetings.
We need to, have who's, because that's who we approve.
I cannot because I won't be here.
Yeah.
I also,
So we're gonna have a list of who's going.
right, I also don't know yet because they've not reached, I don't think any of us have been told our October dates yet. Have we? Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes.
I'm just waiting because I have not.
Oh, it's online. I'll show you how to get to it.
Wait, okay, so that first one is,
It's not even up yet. That's what I'm saying. So mine might be different than yours.
Can we wait till, August meeting?
You can. We just got notified and that's why I put it on there.
all right. So right now, we don't have anybody going to the credits meeting.
Right.
Let's start off with that. AADB will be in October. Who wants to go to the AADB meeting?
I will go.
Dr. York, Dr. White, anybody else? Dr. Talbot, and Ms. Berry? Okay, so that'll be 4 people.
And put Dr. Gray because he's not here, but
Let's put him on there.
Mark, can I have just a little discussion about something right quick about this? Because right now, there's only one candidate, to my understanding, for next year's board position. Is that still correct? Just one? Just Dr. Swacker? Okay,
So far.
so far, and I know we got till July 1. So, but let's say that there is a board election and the votes have to be counted. And I know according to DPA, the ballots must be postmarked by October 1, which means we have to have some time to get these in here postmarked. So probably a week later. Our board meeting is currently scheduled for October 2nd. What I'm trying to get to is that AADB meeting is a really good meeting for board members. It really is. And I would like to see the new person to be able to be approved to go to the board meeting, to go to that AADB but it is so close to that, it's kind of difficult. But if we have a board meeting on October 2nd, there's no way we can approve them for travel.
But wouldn't that fall under the new rule that the president and the secretary can approve it for them?
I think that was just for research.
John, what we can do is saying that the new board member has the opportunity to go if he chooses.
Can we do that
Is
without a
that-
name?
Can we do that?
It's online.
Oh, that's right. I think, okay, so that needs to be taken out of DPA when we get there too. Okay,
Okay,
that's true.
but hold
Very
on,
good.
hold on
Never
a
mind.
second. I want to go back to that because I don't think that was intended to be just research, just on the fact that this all stemmed from me being asked to go to alumni weekend and it wasn't approved. So my understanding is this was for the president or the secretary to approve anything that came up last minute. Like if y'all were to call and say, hey, Kelly, go to Montgomery and do this or that, there wouldn't be a board meeting in time to do that. So they would approve me to do that. Because when they asked me to go to the whole alumni weekend, that was not reimbursed at all because it was not approved. So I thought that in Florence, when we initially discussed this, that was to help not get into that situation again, that if we needed a board member to on the fly do something, then it was approved.
Yeah, that should, because what the rule says is any other official activity. So whatever you could claim as an official activity of a board member.
Yeah, okay,
It could be contemplated.
Yeah, so let's add that for the opportunity for the new member if he chooses,
Yes.
he or she chooses to go, to attend.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry. We'll just have to remember though, that to ask him, would he want to go? You know,
I believe last year I was asked to go, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't have arrangements to go. I mean, it was like very last minute. So
it may be
maybe
hard to get him there, John.
candidates need to understand ahead of time
He or she, whoever that
that
person
it's
ends
a
up being.
possibility and explain what the meeting's about. too, because all
It's,
these
it's hard
acronyms
to
mean
put
nothing
somebody,
to me. I mean, I still don't understand all of
it's
it.
hard to put somebody on the board and the next week try to get them to go to a national meeting about national boards. I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now we have the nobody for credits, the AADB has the people that said they wanted to go to that. What about ADEX?
Yes, both of those meetings are at the same time and at the same location.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
it's a day apart.
And,
So yes, I think everybody that's going
the four
to,
people that said they wanted to go to the AADB are approved to go to the ADEX also.
What about Bankway?
I'm not going. Negative.
we're still working on that.
Hey, listen, I'm making it good to get here. All right, what's the next meeting up?
That ADA, it's all part of the same conference.
Yes.
Okay, so what we've done is we had nobody go to the credits. We have four people approved to go to the AADB, ADEX, AADA.
Correct.
Okay,
And plus Dr. Gray.
but yeah, and we added Dr. Gray to it as the fifth person. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the ones who said they wanted to go to the meetings, the AADA, the ADEX, and the AADB.
All right.
Second.
A motion and a second by Dr. White. All in favor? McElwain, yes.
White, yes.
York, yes.
Shishak, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
All right. So we got that done with minimum pain. All right. New board compensation forms for reimbursement. Ms. Thomas, you're up.
I'm here. Couple of things. I think there's been some confusion, so I'm going to suggest two things. I think, Kelly, if you don't mind, you and I work together on the process of how it impacts you all. The key to this is that when you submit your expense report, you are putting a dollar amount, and this is all for auditing purposes. It's not because we want to change anything. That you're putting a dollar amount that you're requesting to be reimbursed, and that's what you're signing. So like today, I had those forms on my desk to give to you. But let's work out the logistics of it so it doesn't make it harder on you. That's not the intent. Let's make it as easy as possible on you with trying to make sure that we meet the goal of you're signing what you are requesting. That's it.
Okay, to clarify,
Yes, sir.
we're still gonna get the form on our desk. We'll fill the form out. We'll get it appropriately signed. Y'all will notify us of a dollar amount, and we will sign off on that dollar amount that's appropriate.
Yes, and if you have no changes to that, that's what we've intended for it to be.
Okay, so when I spoke to Cassandra, she said not to worry about the dollar amount, that she would work out what that was as far as travel and those kind of things. So, and then she will give us, yes, that's what she said.
That's right.
Yes.
So if we're good, I think we're good.
And can that be done by email, that dollar amount? We just approve it and
Yes.
send it back? Okay,
We just have to have it attached to the back of the form.
okay.
But the forms cannot be turned in today because we have to log what time we get back home today on these forms also. Is that correct?
I think they said that they would check the minutes to find out what time.
No, well, that's the end of the meeting.
Oh,
The return home, how long it usually takes you to return home, I don't think you're wrong for estimating that.
That's what she said.
I'm fine with that, but yeah, I didn't turn.
And that's what Dr. Pishak did on his this morning.
It just seems horribly inefficient to wait another month, and then it's 3 months out by the time you're getting.
Okay.
So let's,
Yeah.
you know how long it takes you to get home.
Absolutely.
yes.
Are we good?
Good.
You're welcome.
All right, Dr. White and Dr. York, have y'all had any success on the board attorney committee?
We actually got the applicants 2 days ago. So,
Okay.
This is board attorney.
oh, board attorney.
That was the meeting that was held yesterday.
Okay. No.
Don Harrison was.
I'm sorry. I'm getting two things mixed up.
Is the one we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
The board attorney wants
Yes,
to get this
yes,
today.
uh-huh.
It's got to go still
Okay.
to the governor
okay.
for final approval, but all the paperwork.
Yes,
Correct.
Ms. Thomas went.
I did.
Uh-huh, thank you.
All right, so Don Harrison has been contract approved, waiting for governor's signature. All right, for board attorney.
That's correct.
And the board attorney is the prosecuting attorney, to make everybody understand. Okay. All right. The next item, update on research for changing DPA to allow licensure of foreign trained dentists who complete a CODA-approved residency, is what that ought to read. Because we weren't talking about just any licensed, any foreign licensed dentist. We were talking about people that attended CODA-approved residencies and then graduated from them. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And that would be a DPA change as far as I know.
That's correct, yeah.
But the specific part of it is like how this discussion began was from periodontist about that they had foreign trained dentists who were in the perio program who completed a CODA approved residency, and then they would like to see some of them be able to stay in the States and be licensed. And we're considering that when we make DPA change.
Understood. For clarification, as I continue to draft this and work with you on this, is it contemplated that this would piggyback or latch on to a specialty license? So in other words, you declare that you're a PEDS or perio or whatever you happen to be, and then you would have a license through us that.
Only in that.
Only in that.
Right.
Currently, we do not have those. So is that something that you contemplate that you want to add in addition to this to enable it?
Yeah, I think it should be very specific.
Okay.
Mike?
Just to, a public question, would that apply to a general practice residency then? Where they could then come out, take 1 year of a GPR here, but that's not a specialty license. So if you tie it into what Kevin is saying, that my question is moot. But if you don't, then somebody could be from a foreign trained program, come into the state, take 1 year of general practice residency from a CODA approved program, come out and practice full scope general dentistry. And I would wonder if that's what the board intends with that.
That was the spirit of my question.
Okay. So our consideration was mainly of specialty programs. That was what our consideration was of. You know, a pediatric dentist, periodontist, the things that are shortages in Alabama, big time. Am I correct?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so yes, Kevin, we wanted to tie it to a specialty license.
Understood.
All right. Name change, research for the Alabama Impaired Professionals Committee.
Let me just jump in. This should be, me and Kevin talked about this. This should be fairly simple. It's just updating the statute, but we do need to get with the Board of Pharmacy. And I thought we'd just rope in Reagan to, it's really just going through the statute, changing the name, impaired professionals to the Wellness Committee.
Okay.
Should be fairly simple, not controversial. We just need to get with pharmacy, make sure they're good with it, and work with our legislative people to get it submitted.
All right. So we know what we need to do there. All right, we're on to Executive Director's Report.
First update's ADHP 2026-2027 class prep. As we all know, that's been a big issue. Seating arrangements is done. Everyone can fit into the room, thank goodness. Storage of chairs is complete. IT vendor, this will be big. The IT vendor will be there on orientation day to help us check all of the devices that the students are bringing in. We believe that is probably part of the problem that we're dealing with the Wi-Fi issue. So we will have an IT expert on site, and we will also hope that they can work with Rosewood on their internet setup if we need them. Classroom protocols are done. We've scheduled the secondary sites. They will be the same weekend that we go to UAB on Saturday. We will be going to the secondary site on Sunday. So that's done. The acceptance letters went out yesterday. That's done. So it only leaves the following. We've got to test the Wi-Fi. That's orientation. Just talked about that. We have to complete the liability insurance, and we have to complete contracts for the secondary site and residents. And other than that, I think we're on track.
For sent out for acceptance.
Thank you for asking that question. 200 and, let me do the math in my head. Let me say it this way. We had 241 applications. We have denied 11, and for the following reason. One was background check. It came here. That was denied. 9 failed to meet the 12-month or 24-month rule. One, their sponsoring dentist was not certified. They had certified like 10 years ago and didn't know they needed to recertify. And then we've got 5 pending, 2 that will be discussed today. 1 that we're waiting for the GED, which you got an email on that one, Dr. McElwain. And then 2 applications that are pending review of payroll reports. So that would be 16 minus 241, 225.
The ones that we discussed that are now have medical things that they're going to be coming, so.
Yes.
County force.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So that's the update on the program and update on the current applications. Okay. We heard Don Harrison was approved yesterday. We're waiting on signature from the governor's office. We have 8 interviews set up next week to replace Ellie for her replacement. So we'll start those interviews next week. And then we continue to document policies and procedures for our different areas of the board staff. Any questions? You're welcome.
All right, let's take a brief break, say 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Let's get this back into session. We are down to the president's report. Over the month, I received a number of emails, number of calls, talked to a lot of different people. We have the one consideration is in our board rules, and I don't think it's in the DPA, but I think it's in the board rules. It says that you have to be a graduate of an accredited high school or have a GED. And we have one applicant for ADHP that was homeschooled and does not have an accredited, we have two?
We had to, yes, sir. Sorry to correct you. We did have to, and we contacted.
Come on up, you have to speak in the
Oh,
speaker.
that's right, sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we actually had two applicants this year who did not graduate from an accredited high school. So when that happens, I take that to Ms. Thomas and we discuss it. So we called both of those individuals. The first one was given, we were close to the April 30 deadline. So we allowed that applicant 2 additional weeks to complete the GED. She and her sponsoring dentist were grateful, got on it, and we got it 1 or 2 days before the deadline. So that one completed the GED. She's good to go. She's been accepted. But we have another one.
Was she given the same opportunities and she's just chosen not to do it?
I'm not sure where that status is. Yes, she has been given. Ms. Thomas and I had a conversation with her and her mother, actually, who is her sponsoring dentist in this program. So I'm not sure where that stands. I think they are opposed to having to do that.
Her response was that
Yes.
she would get with Dr. McElwain,
Right.
and she wrote him an email, which is what he was bringing up.
Okay,
Right.
sorry. So the rule says she has to have one or the other. And they don't think that she should have to have either.
So that's my understanding.
The email states that she has a better education than someone that would have a GED. She was very.
Yes, she wrote
Yes.
a lengthy email.
Okay, I do understand that. I think my question is what's the question? We have a rule, the rule has not been followed?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, what she's asking is for an exception to the rule because she says that the education her child received was in excess of anything that this rule could require. That she's had other children that attended college and universities, and there was no question.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. Yeah, she did not say that to me or.
Yeah, well, that's in my letter.
That's right.
do we make exceptions to rules? And if we accept this one, what are we going to make an exception for next?
Correct.
Well, I reckon the question would be, do we maintain this rule with a graduate of an accredited high school or hold a GED certificate? Or do we modify the rule at some point in the future to say a graduate of an accredited high school, comma, hold a GED certificate, comma, or equivalency is determined by the board? I mean,
That's up to you.
no, I know. I'm talking to the board.
I would think that any rule change can be discussed. I think that that's appropriate.
I guess it just
It's just
depends.
not appropriate to violate one of our own rules. So whatever's on the table, I think we need to settle. And then if we want to look at changing a rule, I think that's very appropriate.
I'm not proposing anything because I mean, the only way I see fixing it is a rule change. Because that's the current rule we have, is it in administrative law.
Right.
And if we want to change it, then we have to consider it. I think Dr. Collins made some very good arguments as to why this probably is not currently applicable because of changes in things over time, because we when this was written, homeschooling was never contemplated. You know, and alternate methods of education was never, like even the online school. So, I mean, she's made a good argument.
But is it for being homeschooled, is there some sort of standard? Or can I just say, well, I homeschooled my daughter, therefore she's just as educated as anyone else? I mean, how is that to be measured in the future would be my question.
I think that's what we were trying to think about, which is why we have this standard. She did make good arguments. I read her email, and she pointed out our schools are failing, and I empathize with her. But we have to have a policy, and we have to have rules, and when we bend them, then we are, where do we stop? Like you said, Kelly, where do we stop?
You'll have to come up to in order to speak.
Just a quick question on I remember 20 years ago for homeschooled people who graduated programs, the GED was it was a part of the finalization, the process of graduation.
You're right.
How antiquated is this in the DPA? Because I just threw this into ChatGPT, and it says that right now they are trade schools and colleges are recognizing these parent diplomas, which are the equivalent of a high school diploma, and they're recognizing that in the trade schools and the colleges, which I would consider the ADHP, I guess in this case, the trade school. So I guess how antiquated is that DPA, GED or high school diploma equivalency, and are we caught up to speed on that?
I don't think it's DPA. I think it's a board rule.
Oh, board rule.
It's a board rule.
Okay, yeah.
And we're probably not caught up on it, and we're trying to get up with the times on a lot of things. But in the meantime, I don't think we should bend rules. We should change them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is what Dr. Collins says. Thank you for your response. As I stated in the first email, the diploma from Ballard Christian Academy was sufficient for both of my daughters to be accepted to Point University. It was also sufficient for 2 other University of Alabama School of Dentistry graduates, 4 children to be accepted to Auburn, and 2 of them receiving full scholarships. One of them went on to Harvard Law School and graduated with honors. I actually called about the nursing program at Shelton State and they said that a diploma from Ballard was sufficient to apply to nursing school. Which I know that doesn't mean anything. I'm just telling you what the communication I received, because I wanted to be very transparent.
Okay, so I have another question now that you've said that. She homeschooled, but she was under the umbrella. So do y'all realize there's homeschooling that is not under an umbrella, right?
Yes.
Okay, but she was under an umbrella, and that makes all the difference. That means she did some standardized testing. If she is under an umbrella, she did testing. So we need to figure that out.
I think it's more about Ballard than it is about the homeschooling.
Yes, like she was not a traditional, like today when you homeschool your children, it's truly just not a co-op, right? So you're just in there homeschooling and you send in tests. But if she is under that umbrella, she really did take some testing.
Dr. Finn, you were going to tell us something?
Most of the universities require an admissions test.
Yes, that's
to validate whether someone is up to that level.
Oh, like a ACT or an SAT?
This particular school is a cover school for a church.
Okay.
There is nothing, I'm not saying she did not, but we did not receive any results of having attended any college courses. We have no ACT scores, SAT scores, nothing.
Okay.
It's just a transcript from Ballard Christian School with the curriculum that she took while she was there. So I can attest, I'm not saying she did not, those are the facts we received.
Okay.
It sounds like this, Dr. Collins may need to get Ballard to present some information so that they can be considered, among the schools that offer the standardized testing. And then it's just change, you know, the type, the way the school is classified, if I'm understanding.
So I understand we've got a rule, but I think the spirit the rule is written in was to make sure that a person that went into the ADHP program had educational background enough so they would have the opportunity to pass the program if they applied themselves, went to class, etc. I think if it's possible that we suspend the rules and this person got into the program, the curriculum's going to take care of this by itself once she's in the program. So I think my point is that.
But is that fair to the others? You may.
The others that did not apply?
No, the other student that did take that.
Right, and I will say, the previous administrator of the program before I took over, we talked about the board rules and GED, and to my knowledge, all that had, of course, homeschool wasn't as prevalent then. I can attest in my 7-year tenure that we've had several applicants who were not graduates of an accredited high school. They were all given the opportunity to complete the GED. They did and were accepted. So they complied with the board rule. Their sponsoring dentist totally understood. Like I said, Ms. Thomas can attest that the other candidate this year, her sponsoring dentist was super grateful, right? Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. I'm getting on it now. We will turn it around. Ms. Thomas even gave, in this particular situation, here's some places you can look for the online coursework. There's, several junior college systems that administer the GED. So we've tried to give all of these people that fall into this category the information they need to turn it around.
So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So,
This individual did not want to go that route, right, to take the GED?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, there not being a motion to accept the rules on this, there not being a motion to suspend the rule, excuse me, on this candidate, then the rule stands. Is that the consensus of the board?
Yes.
All right, and we can consider modification of this rule to bring us more in line with current status of education in the future. Is that the consensus?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Dr. Bosma contacted me about making sure that he wouldn't be in violation of any board rule or statute and supervising the secondary site. And it was my feeling that this was educational and not practice, and that would not be a problem. Does anybody on the board have a problem with that?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's see. I think we got something further down the. Quick reference guide, Dr. White.
Yes. So, I fell down a rabbit hole. I started working on a board handbook, and it just got so overwhelming. I says, okay, well, we still need a board handbook that we can quick reference if we ever have any problems. And I changed it to a board manual, which Dr. McElwain and I are still working on. And hopefully we'll have that for everyone to review in the next couple of months. Now I ended up with a quick reference guide. This is 5 pages. And what I'm hoping is when you look at this, it's not obviously going to have everything that you need to know, but it will at least give you a starting point where you can find out, okay, well, who do I contact for information about what? You reach out to the executive director. How do I even adjudicate or discuss a case? You know, okay, well, we got to make sure that the patient's safety is our first concern. This quick reference hopefully tells you what a board member should do and what they should avoid. Just a starting point. And when we get the manual finished, we will disseminate that, and on the handbook, we will add things like how you should fill out your travel form, how you should complete your, or how you should even discuss when you adjudicate a case.
Kevin's acronyms.
Add acronyms. But I'm saying all of that to say it's coming. It's just me trying to just get tunnel vision so that I'm not putting everything in there, because I can talk a lot and I can add a lot, but hopefully it's information that we all can use and need, and especially for new board members that come on.
Yeah, like the board protocol of how we operate, like who gets assigned what, who does licensure by credentials, who does licensure by regional examination, how the work is distributed and why, and making everybody understand how we do it.
Being new on the board, I have lots of comments for y'all.
Do what?
Being new on the board, I have lots of comments for y'all of all the things that I didn't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's true because you learn so much just being here. And so there's a lot of, that'll be very helpful. Because I forget the things I didn't know.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Let's see here.
Saying that all to say this is in the board packet.
Good. Dr. Erdovino, sleep studies, Dr. Gray. I think the question there was, can a dentist order a sleep study that does sleep medicine? And I think the board's already addressed that back in the past, that yes, you can order the sleep study, but it has to be interpreted by a physician. Because a lot of these portable sleep study units are owned by dentists nowadays, and they're no different than any medical supplier. But the sleep study has to be interpreted by a physician. I think that's the answer to that. No change. All right. Let's see here. Oh, Dr. York.
I forwarded the email that I had gotten about the new ADA sedation articles and stuff like that. That just for board information. That's all that is.
All right. I'm sorry, Dr. York, I skipped you. I have tunnel vision up here. ADHP capping of the program, numbers for each session. Dr. Bosman, Ms. Latham.
Yes, sir. We just, decided, I think we all did last month, to revisit this again. Because one reason why it's so important to know what we're going to do is because we're teaching the course at the GCDC to sponsoring dentists, which will be the first course offered to sponsor a student in the program in 27-28. So that is usually when we go over all the rules, requirements, fees, everything that's applicable to that year. So if there are going to be some changes made, we need to know that, because the July board meeting is not until after the GCDC. Unfortunately, Dr. Bosma is making his way back from Brazil. His flight was supposed to land at 9:30. I have texted him and have not heard from him. So I assume international flights, we know how that is. I did talk with him or text with him last evening, And he was hoping to be here, but there's no way to predict that. So I think that, Dr. Bosma and I presented to you the reasons why we feel like class size should be capped at some point moving forward. I think it's just, do y'all have any questions or want to revisit or rediscuss or?
Jenna, what is the optimal number?
Well, you probably don't remember this because I know Dr. Bosman had phoned in, but he stated on the phone last month, 150 is preferable, 175 should be the max.
I thought 199 was the max last time we talked.
That is the number of chairs Rosewood Hall has.
Okay, so here's what I would like to do. I've asked for numbers. I've not received them yet as far as the past classes and the class size, pass and fail rates, how we worked all of that. I would like to wait and see what our numbers are this year with the new IT people coming in, with the new chairs being taken care of. So before we say we want to cap at 150 or 175, I would like to see how this year starts out. Is everything good with IT? Did we fix that problem? We now have more chairs. So before we make any changes, I would like to see how that plays out, maybe second session that they have or something. I do understand that might cause an issue with sponsors, but it's not going to hurt them to be a sponsor and then us cap it later before the application process comes out.
But you have to.
Do you think we could make them aware that it is our intention to limit the class size to the logistics that we're able to provide? I mean, and with that number will more than likely be under 200. I mean, if we can't come up with a number right now, I think we need to let people know as early as possible.
We do.
That we're gonna limit it based on first come, first served. First come with a completed application, first served. I should say it correctly.
I know that's been discussed. That's probably the easiest and most fair way to do it, unless you all have other ideas of another way to do that.
So is it okay with the board for us to instruct Ms. Latham to make sure that everybody is aware that the class size will be limited under 200 and it will be based on first come, first serve completed application?
But then when asked, I will just tell them I don't have the number yet.
Yeah, that we're trying to determine what the best number is.
Okay.
Also, while we are doing applications, we're going to have to find a way to, within 48 hours of receiving it, either yes, they're in or no, they're out. But I'm still going to be against cashing the check and then 3 months later telling them they're not in. So when we do get this process going, we have to don't cash their check if it's not a completed application. So we're going to have to spend a minute when it comes in the mail to make sure it's complete, because we can't cash that check and then say, oh, wait, you weren't complete.
Cameron, can we do that statewide as an agency?
You have 48 hours.
We have 48 hours before that we have to cash our check, so we would need to vet.
So you can figure out some other kind of way to vet the applications before you take the money. I mean, I agree with Ms. Perry. I'd hate the idea of cashing their money, knowing they can never actually go through, but you can't, as soon, like Luke said, as soon as we accept the check, we have 48 hours now to cash it, so. Figure out what you do to that.
Does the check have to come with the application?
The application fee.
It's the application fee.
I
There is a
understand that,
fee for
but
processing.
what I'm saying is,
Does it have to be 300?
well,
I don't, we didn't come up with the $300 fee. It can be whatever you all want it to be.
but the application fee could be applied as soon as the application's approved? Could you, I'm just trying to come up with some framework to take the pressure off of our people and to make it where it's fair.
I think that if we just made the application fee a simple $25, we can all probably lose $25. But to lose $300 or $350 because you're missing a driver's license, that's a hard pill to swallow.
I agree with you.
But what,
So I think we need to reduce the fee to begin with.
yeah, what if we reduce the application fee, but then increase
Sure.
the other fee accordingly?
Sure.
The kit fee, whatever. In other words, if it's 3,000 and we're gonna do $25 application fee, we could do the other at 32.75.
Right. The remaining portion of that 300
Yes.
would need to be to cover the cost of
Yes,
what it
but
takes
because,
to run
because
the program.
we're gonna max out.
Please
The
be
number.
aware that all of those fees are in statute in your fee
Right,
schedule.
right.
And if they're already close to cap and you don't have that headroom,
Right.
you're not.
I think I looked at the DPA stuff the other day. I think on the ADHP, I think there was quite a ceiling still left, I think. But let me see if I can find that.
Be incorporated in the new budget for 2027, so now's the time to make those changes.
Well, you could make the application fee be $100 instead of $300.
The max is, ADHP, the max is $500. Application, the max.
Is it in there, Renee, about I wouldn't think the kit is in there or anything.
No, but I do have in my research, 2011, the application fee was $50. And I don't know I guess that it moved.
Sharon, I have a question since you did this last time. So you had 36, 40 that were missing information.
That's correct.
Okay. When did you find out they were missing information? Had you cashed those checks yet?
Absolutely.
Okay. So is there a way that when they come in for someone to check them within 48 hours, is that feasible to have them checked? Just for complete, not background check, not any of that. That's not what I'm talking about. Is it feasible to have it checked for completion within 48 hours?
I think we can check for completion that we've got every document required. And then cash the check. And if we do that, those applications a lot
But that's
closer after
different.
that.
Okay, I do understand that.
Missing information.
Yes, I'm just talking about missing information because if their background check fails, they probably already know that. If they don't have the documentation that they need, they know that. I'm talking about people making mistakes like leaving off a cover sheet or leaving out a license.
Yeah, some of the things that you would not catch would be, are they meeting the 12-month rule, the 24-month rule, because Gina actually.
Those are things that they should know though. They know
We
they're
would be
missing that.
surprised, the arguments.
That's still not on us.
Yeah, I agree.
What is on us is cashing a check and not telling them they've left the license off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to catch. I'm not trying to catch, they should have that paper that tells them what they do. Okay, then if they didn't meet their 12 months, they know that. They know that.
Yeah.
Okay,
But they still apply.
I get it.
And we do have a checklist, Kelly, and, we can expand that both. And that was one reason why we implemented that, to try to ensure these people send in a completed application to begin with. The applicant signs it, as does the sponsoring dentist. And they're attesting everything is included.
Okay, so the
So
completed
this is-
application is all that I'm saying needs to be looked at. I'm not saying
Yes.
that you have to vet it. But
Right.
when we're talking about accepting you on a completed application,
I think the point is if you have a checklist that the potential hygienist signs as well as the dentist, I mean, how many points of check do you need? I mean, if you forgot your driver's license and you had that check mark, I mean, at what point is it their responsibility without putting additional work on the staff, I guess?
I get it.
Because they're gonna argue every point
Do you know that
anyway.
we were denying people because they left the checklist out? Do you know that? We were denying people because the checklist was left out.
But I
Those are
guess
the
if
things
it's, if
I'm
it's
trying
supposed to
to.
be, if it's supposed to be signed, and, I mean, I don't know if the checklist was on the checklist thing. I get it, I
Yeah.
understand, but I guess it's at what point?
I
Go
just-
ahead.
Just have a question. So with, again, I go back to the word antiquated, right? So the system that we're currently in for the ADHP program, these are paper applications that people are submitting, right? So just kind of looking around and seeing the revamping of, now we're in 2026, can we not do something more digitizing of these application processes? We have a very robust CE broker right now that tells you when you've completed CPR, when you've completed this. So what's the purpose of an application fee?
We are in the middle of having
Oh. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So great. So
so for the next
cycle. Yeah.
cycle, but we do have money before we hit the statutory limit to allow $25 application fee and then raise the other fees to keep the same as we are right now.
Right. I mean, I think what you're trying to get at is, so the application, not having missing pieces on the application should not warrant the $25 or whatever the application fee. But to your point, the application, if you are wrong on your 12-month clause, but your application is entirely prepared, your fee should be taken, right? Because you met all the requirements. You may be wrong, but you supplied all the information, right? I guess for me, it would just be that, in my opinion, an application fee is because someone has to put work into reviewing it.
Correct.
So if it's digitized, that lessens the work. So shouldn't the fee be lessened as well? That's, anyway, sorry.
That would resolve. Yeah, that digitized would resolve that issue, because then each form would be submitted and then you would know that every piece of that puzzle was there. But as he said, then where the work comes in is the research that you're having to go through just to see if this person applies, I mean, or
And in theory, but
qualifies.
let you submit until all
Correct.
of your items.
And Mary Beth, did you say that's coming in next cycle? Okay, perfect.
We had hoped to have it in place this current cycle, but it just did not come to fruition.
Provided that they upload the correct driver's license. Because the AI is not gonna pick it up, that's correct. So we still have to cumulatively look, because that's what's happened with the CE broker. They're uploading some coupons and so forth or
Right,
whatever.
but then that would put the burden back on the applicant. It wouldn't put the burden on us for not reviewing it.
Yeah,
That
but
would be,
you still have to accept their $25 check.
yes,
Yes.
correct, because
Right.
it's their burden at that point.
Right, but we
Yeah,
still,
you would-
have a check mark right now, paper saying, do you have the driver's license? They didn't send it. That's
Then
something.
it would fall on the applicant because
Right.
they uploaded the wrong document.
Correct. So they would end up, at that point, they sent in a license, it was an incorrect license, but so the entire application fee would then apply to. Agree. They would have to pay everything for the research.
Okay. But presently, we're telling you to tell all the people that it will be something under 200
Okay,
and that it will be first come, first serve, complete application.
okay.
That application fee, is that in a board rule? Dr. Finn?
It's in,
The fees that is supposed to be charged.
But it is in a board rule of DPA.
Fee structure.
But being under the fee structure, don't we have the discretion of raising and lowering that as we please by vote of the board?
it says up to,
Yes.
up to $500 is what it says. Yes.
Okay, so we could adjust the application fee down back to the $50 and then increase the other fee to compensate for that.
Yeah, and what I'm saying
Right,
is
just
we
offset
still
them.
have the
And- Okay, and does the board want to do that at this time?
Yes, I think we need to do it so that
All right.
Gina can explain to her in July.
Dr. Piszczek makes the motion for those adjustments. I hear a second.
I second.
Second by,
What are the numbers?
Yeah, what's the price?
$50 application fee.
50?
$50 application fee and adjust the other to compensate.
Correct.
To keep the cap.
$250 to keep it the same.
Right.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Piszczek makes the motion, Dr. York seconds. Any more discussion? Okay, McElwain, yes?
White, yes.
York, yes.
Piszczek, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
Okay. And that comes with the caveat that we need to make every effort we can to vet the application within 48 hours.
True. Please,
Still.
I respectfully ask, though, that oftentimes additional records are required. Like I had to request payroll records for 3 applicants this year, and I often have to do that with people every year due to they had been part-time within the 3 years. And that's part of the board rule. So I have to go through payroll records to confirm that they have met the 24 months of full-time. So I'm saying all that to say, on the back end, it does require a lot of work and patience with, and time with each application.
Okay.
Understood? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask one more thing? I had a wrap-up report. You know, those of you who have been on the board for a while, you know, every May after the program concludes in April, I do a summarization of how the year went. We had that prepared last month, or I had that prepared for you last month, but, you know, we got into the ADHP. It was a lengthy discussion, and so we just decided to forego it. Would you like, it's very brief, would you like to hear this report today, or?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So 25-26 outcomes, 178 students began the program in July of 2025. Throughout the course of the program, 11 students voluntarily withdrew on their own for various reasons. You know, pregnant with twins. I mean, just all sorts of reasons along the way. Some of them decide to withdraw. So that left 167 students remaining who were eligible to complete the program. 150 students successfully completed the program in April of 2026, which represents from the 170 that started and the 167 that were eligible to complete. 150 did complete, so that's a 90% completion pass rate. And Dr. Bosman and I are very, very pleased about that. We do feel that the number of students we started with had an impact on the outcome because we have more time to do a lot of one-on-one with people who are struggling in the program. All 150 graduates are scheduled to take the SPTCE, which is the clinical licensure exam next week at UAB School of Dentistry. Out of those 150 graduates to date, as of June 3rd, 106 have already completed the OSCE, which is the didactic portion of the exam. So that 106 already have that out of the way. 104 passed on the first attempt. We're really excited about that number as well, because that, to Dr. Bosman and myself and the faculty, that lets us know we are teaching the correct curriculum. These people who can complete the program need to be successful on this exam. Do any of y'all have any questions about that? Another notable thing I want to tell, because we hear a lot about numbers and hygiene shortages and things. So keep in mind, between April of 2025 and April of 2026, the ADHP alone successfully graduated 306 eligible candidates to all prepared to pursue licensure to practice dental hygiene in the state of Alabama. So within a year, this program produced 306 candidates. Any questions or comments? Thank you.
I think that's wonderful. I do have a comment. I think that's wonderful. I hope, given we know we have a big class, that we are coming up with ways to make sure that we have the same success. I mean, now that we know what we're faced with, we have to pivot and we have to make sure that we do what's needed to give the students the same success that you got. This, I mean, it's amazing.
I actually have, Dr. Bosma, over the course of several months, have actually composed, I'm happy to share that with you now, of what we do in the program to help facilitate and make sure the students have what they need. I'm happy to share it with you now, or I can do it at a later time. That is up to you.
Why don't you, is it a document you can email to us?
Yes, sir, it is. It would probably have to be reformatted because right
Okay,
now.
why don't you email it to us and then let's go over it next time.
Okay.
Okay?
I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In regard to, we just received the ADHP sponsoring dentist email yesterday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't remember. There's a hard deadline of saying, you know, if you want to attend at the convention, that it's June 8th. So I guess my question is why is there a hard deadline? Why can't, if there's room, you know, I don't know how many people typically show up for this at the convention. You know, why someone can't arrange to go if there's room or that kind of thing.
Right, because the reason for that deadline and it being so far out, that's probably like 6 weeks out or so, 4 to 6 weeks, is because that's what Alda told me. I had proposed a later deadline when I was speaking with the person who handles this for us or works with us on this. And I was told that June the 8th is the deadline for registration for the conference. And she said that we needed to have the same deadline. So that is why we came up with the June 8th deadline. I'm happy to ask, you know, what is the latest date that I can let you know?
Michelle?
Hey, the only reason we need to know that really is for numbers, for preparation for the room.
Okay.
I mean, if we can estimate how many we might have, it's fine for you to keep it open.
Okay.
Especially if you just send it out.
Well, we sent out a previous one 6 weeks or so ago. This was the second final notification. There was one previously.
So are we ever going to not be opposed to somebody just being able to come day of and pay? I had a couple of doctors say they tried to get into the February meeting to renew and that they weren't allowed, and they knew that they had to pre-register, but they didn't. But that they were turned away because the deadline. So is there ever going to be a time when we allow them to maybe not register so far in advance, and if it's the day before, or if there's what's the reasoning if there's room that they can't?
It depends on venue, you know, capabilities of how many attendees, because every venue we have this course at wants to know, like the Alumni Association, for example. You know, they need to know prior to, they can't wait until the day before or the day of or the week before, because they have to plan the room we're going to be in. So, and all the AV and the IT and all the things we need to put on this course. Those are reasons why we have to have some type of deadline.
Michelle, what's the latest that our licensees
Same
dentist?
with me if they register for the GCDC on Saturday and show up Saturday afternoon. The main thing is you want to look at what you've had in the past, I think, and project what size room you need. And if you want to do that, it's really not a big deal.
Okay.
You know, if you traditionally had 75 people and you've only got 35 signed up right now and you want to set the room for 75, we can set the room for 75. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, if you were doing food and that kind of stuff, it gets more.
Right.
And everybody starts out with a deadline, but it doesn't really matter. The main thing is just having an idea of how many people.
And I think logistically, even when we do our meetings for district, we always just add 10% to our last. So if I had 100 last time, I'm always going to set up for 110. And that just gave us room that if somebody shows up, we can, I mean, because in reality, we're just losing finances if we don't.
Well, we would need to have someone present, other than myself and Dr. Bosma, who are teaching the course, to record those people,
think
get their
Sharon was there in
application,
February.
get their
She's-
payment.
You know, if Sharon's going to be there, maybe she can do that. I just don't see a reason to turn somebody away if it's just a chair.
Or Mary Beth, were you going to that meeting too? Not the beach meeting? Okay.
Are you going?
Yeah. That's all right now.
All righty. So Alda says you can register on Saturday if you need to. And if we have capacity and the capability of recording them, then we don't have a problem with them going.
We'll work out the logistics.
Okay.
My last, I do have one more comment. Will we ever move towards doing this online? Is it just going through the rules and regulations or whatever with?
No, ma'am, we do it's a 2-hour course.
I've been,
And
I
right,
understand.
right. And Dr. Bosma and I believe that our thought process is we all know we've all taken online courses. We did the ADHP online and it never worked out well because you cannot, I understand some of them might be in the class on their phone or doing whatever. But we feel like in person, it also allows collegiality. You know, it also allows sponsoring dentists a chance to come up and meet us, talk with us. I always have a line of people. We always have a line of people with questions to ask. You know, it's just, it's not the same doing this course online and presenting the requirements and rules and protocols of the ADHP as it is doing it in person. It's kind of like all the discussions you've had about in person versus online. That's just our thought process. And like I said, it allows us opportunities to meet these people, these dentists who have never sponsored someone before, who've never personally met us, to come up and ask questions, talk to us. It builds a rapport. It builds a somewhat of a relationship, a comfortability between them and us.
Here.
So your reasoning would not be the level of what they learn is different. It's just you need.
No, we think the level of what they learn is different. They might be sitting there on their phone, but we're presenting a PowerPoint presentation to them and we're talking to them in person. And a lot of times a lot of them will raise their hands and have questions. And we will say, does this make sense? Do you have any questions about this
How
before
many
we
of them
move
on their
on?
phone raise their hands and ask questions?
I don't know, Kelly.
That's the
There's
point.
like 200 people there, you
Okay.
know?
I mean, it's just
So-
the point of.
I guess maybe it could someday be considered a Zoom type of situation.
It could be a better revenue stream by offering those online classes at a higher cost for the program. Now you're.
Comcoasters said that
I was just saying, from a revenue stream standpoint, if you wanted to offer online attendance, or that you have to do it all or nothing, but you could increase the fee for online. Now your passing rates may not be as high, but I mean, it depends on what you want to look at, revenue or passing rates.
Passing rates of what we're talking about as sponsoring.
Yeah, we're talking
dentists.
about sponsoring dentist course.
Oh, never
Yeah,
mind.
we're not talking about.
Never mind, sorry.
No,
I want to throw that into the.
no, we're not talking about that. I will say one thing, it's challenging and difficult to confirm who actually attended. When we do in person, there's a sign-in roster that they have to sign. They have to confirm their dental license, because we go by that roster because we are issuing them a certification, just like a permit or any other thing you have, your CS, your OCS, anything. So this is an additional certification we are giving these people.
Do they check
So-
in and out? Do they check in when they get there and check out when they leave?
No, we don't have a checkout upon leaving, but they do check in. And trust me, I promise they all remain. I can't say they're listening the entire time, but we don't have a mass. It's not like an 8-hour CE course where we've all been to and half of the people don't, you go from 200 to maybe 25 after lunch. It's not like that. So that's just another thing I'm confirming why we prefer in person.
And
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how we can get more dentists involved and more hygienists, for access to care. But that's why I'm asking those questions.
And logistically, does it change? I mean, logistically, if they can do it via Zoom, that's the goal. There's nothing that's hands-on.
Correct.
Is it?
No, not for the dentist. No, we don't do hands-on anything with them because they're not entering into the ADHP. They're sponsoring a student, but we really, they play a vital role. We've heard hand-selected, chosen assistants. We've heard that term used a lot. So this is our only opportunity to really talk to them about what their role is in this and what we expect from them, because they play a super huge role in mentoring, sponsoring, helping, reviewing, looking at PowerPoint presentations, all the things that their chosen student is doing in the program.
So what I would recommend is that Ms. Perry and Ms. Latham and Sharon work together and come up with 3 things. Number 1, the in-person course. Number 2, the ability to zoom into that course and be interactive by using the chat feature. And number 3, looking at the possibility of a recorded course with a test.
Here.
Look at it in 3 different ways systematically so that we can make sure that we're staying current with our thinking. We can't think one way over here and another way over there. So I want to look at it across the board, and then y'all work that out and let's just take a look at it. It doesn't have to be done right now, but it is something that is going to recur as a question. So let's figure out what that would look like.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank y'all. All right. Moving on to legislative report, Reagan, and I'm sorry, I almost forgot.
Oh, it's been riveting.
Mesmerizing.
Sorry.
No, we're good. Because I actually want to stay for a couple more things. First of all, I am thoroughly upset that the contract review committee didn't give Sharon the grilling she deserved yesterday.
Thanks, Reagan.
Were you there? She was fabulous. She was in and out in 30 seconds. It was really frustrating because I told her I had one particular episode years ago with a representative from Montgomery named Alvin Holmes who stuck me on a kebab and a skewer and kebabbed me for about 30 minutes, it seemed like. And so, no, she did fine. It was great. Went perfectly. And so glad to get that moving. And I expect it usually takes about a week, has been our experience once the committee does its work to get it over to the governor's office. One thing I wanted to talk about that we really haven't had a conversation about, but it's the biggest thing going on in Montgomery right now, and that's the Rural Health Transformation Program. The state received a $1 billion grant over 5 years, $203 million, I think is the allotment for this year. And talking about building an airplane at 25,000 feet, that is exactly what's going on right now. Notices of funding opportunities in 5 areas, basically IT, rural workforce, rural health practice, a couple more mental health, and one more that sounded a whole lot like rural health practice have been issued. There'll be 6 more in the coming weeks. The problem is the money, the fiscal year on this starts October 1, so they just issued the notices of the funding on the 1st. The applications are due by the end of the month. The grading has to occur. And then the state's first report to the feds on what's going on is August 31. I'm not sure how that's going to work. But I think, but for the dental profession as a whole and for affiliates and partners in this and groups such as, you know, the dental school and others, there are opportunities to put together programs because dental will apply on this. Obviously, the first year work is going to be on acute care and maternity care. I think is where you're going to see a lot of the initial efforts in year one. But this is a 5-year program. There's 4 more years coming behind this. So for those of you that have an interest in this, or those that have know groups, I mean, just to put it in the hospital thing, Huntsville Hospital System, UAB, USA, Mobile Infirmary are all putting together programs to try to get funded to serve these areas. So that means that would be also possible down the road for dental. It's just the problem is they're not going to head that way in the first batch of this money. So that's something that's huge going on. Election wise, you get to vote 18,000 times this summer. We get to vote again on the 16th of this month for the runoffs for U.S. Senate, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, and Agriculture Commissioner. And then those of you that live in congressional districts 1, 2, 6, and 7, that would be the 2 of y'all and me, I think. I don't think it applies to the rest. I know it doesn't apply to y'all. But we'll have a special primary then. And so to sort the congressional stuff out.
There will
be no runoff. High vote winner wins on these, which is another interesting twist in all of this. It's been a wild summer, I'll say that. And the couple other notes, had a chance to tour the new State House yesterday or 2 days ago, and man, it is going to be a palace. It is beautiful. It's not going to be mold ridden like the existing one and flood prone and the whole bit. So they're excited about that. And for our firm, we are boxing up. We're renovating. We've acquired, many of y'all have been in that large conference room adjacent to our office. We've acquired that space and we're going to be expanding into it. So we're going to be working from home a little more and then meeting at Steve's house in town for staff meetings and whatnot. We'll all have our phones, but we're just not going to be in the office probably starting around July 15 because the construction crew will be in there basically getting us to the studs and building us back up. Be glad to tackle any questions. Otherwise, wish you a happy summer.
All righty. Thank you, Reagan.
All righty.
I'm going to get you to make sure you stick here for just a minute because we got a little item to talk about. On the General Counsel Subcommittee, y'all said y'all had just got the General Counsel names, and so that's just starting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have a comment about that. I think maybe we should keep the application process open for a little while longer to maybe get more or just put the word out for more candidates.
I agree. I'd say let's give it a minimum of 2 more weeks. If we can go to maybe, if we went to like June, I'm just throwing this date out there, June 20, that'd still give us time to look over some stuff and bring something back to July.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
We have candidates who they don't quite have the experience that we need. I mean, I'm sure they're very smart, but I think experience would count when we're talking about general counsel for a state board position.
Yeah.
All right. Can we do that? Okay. All right. And that's the consensus of the board that we keep that open. Okay. Pending notices of hearing. Okay. after last meeting, we had some notices that we sent out. And, some of the notices were for things that happened in November, December, January. And I think the number one complaint that we got into there was that it was 6 months later, and we got chastised for it. And one of the person that got a notice was a constituent of someone high up on the Sunset Committee who contacted our political people. And then the political people contacted me, and I said, just stop. Let's just stop for a minute and see where we are. Is this a necessary problem or an unnecessary problem? All right, so I don't know who wants to be the first to kind of start explaining for me, but I'm kind of, it was to me, when I looked at them, I didn't really, I didn't consider a problem there except for the time between when the problem was and when we noticed.
Let's do logistics first and then the broader debate. So logistically speaking, Renee, help me, I'm not putting you on the spot, I promise. But those were assigned to Dr. Talbot, and those were assigned last quarter of 25. And then they would have been brought to the board's attention in or around February time. The board voted to notice those peoples in February. The reality of the logistics, though, was that we had, how do I phrase it? You ended up having a March meeting, but that was not the broader intent at that time. We were skipping the March meeting, moving to April for Florence, so on and so forth. At that time, recall that Cameron was working through the logistics of trying to decide whether or not we were able to use an ALJ to expressly adjudicate cases instead of having a full convention of the board. It was later determined after some time that was not able to be done. But that time frame from February's assignment, March not having one, April discussing that broadly that we can't do, we need to figure out the logistics. And then in the May meeting saying, listen, Kevin, set the stuff for July. That's why they went out the way that they did. So I accept responsibility for them being late. That was logistically why that process was decided on. So that's how we got there. And then the broader discussion for you all to decide is whether or not you deem it to be appropriate.
Okay. And Reagan, you were contacted?
We were contacted. This happens from time to time.
You need to come to the mic.
I'd rather not.
Oh, that's good. Stay where.
No. I'm being a little flippant, but this happens from time to time. I mean, at any board and any agency, you're going to have questions from legislators and sometimes very important legislators who don't understand the entire ramification of this, but was very agitated that their constituent and someone I believe is a personal friend has asked for relief. Not understand, that I think they had some confusion about the process and all that. And then apparently 2 weeks had passed since the policy grace period. You'll have to fill in the blank on that. And that subjected them to this situation where they either have to sign a settlement agreement, which becomes public, or come up and defend themselves. And the legislator was not very happy about about either option. And so I was just, when we get a call, we're going to send up a flare. We're not going to just sit on it without giving you the opportunity to weigh in. But working through all the twists and turns of life in Montgomery, we didn't want you to be caught unawares on that things like this can become issues.
Broadly speaking, thank you, Reagan, that to fill you in too, you have I think you refer to it as a grace period. You have a non-disciplinary fine period in your rule that states that between the day of October 1 and November 1, you're eligible for an NDF, assuming you didn't already have one in a subsequent year within a 5-year window. All of these were vetted to 3 times over. They did not have that option. These are folks who either failed to renew, reinstate, or renew, reinstate a permit in November time. So they were writing scripts or practicing in November time. So they didn't even, on paper, they didn't even qualify for an NDF, even though they may not have had one in the past, which is what puts it up to 34,918 in the discretionary adjudication of those before this board.
So what discretionary adjudication, explain that?
The rule states that you shall issue a non-disciplinary fine for a person who does one of the 5 or 6 things enumerated in it. It says the board shall do it for these defined reasons. That fine shall be $500, and you're entitled to one in a 5-year window. All of that is mandatory and compulsory. When it comes to 34,918, just like any other case review, it's board discretion on what to do. You're going to review cases today. If you deem there to be negligence, fraud, whatever you see in the thing and the evidence leads you to that conclusion or to that belief, that is all discretionary. If you don't believe that there's enough evidence to sustain it, if you don't believe it's within your jurisdiction, all of those are discretionary calls. And so these notices too fall into that category.
Okay. But these are things that are all failure to renew or no controlled substance in prescribing or et cetera, which they're not things that are discretionary, or are they?
If that's your belief. My broader point is that this board has discretion to notice a licensee, is broadly what I'm saying. Now, how you choose to do that, I disengage. It's your decisions.
And as I understand on the facts of this case, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the licensee went into the system, and I get that what we think happened is tried to do the permit first.
Yeah, you can't do that.
And then did the license and thought they had done both.
But this has been going on for years now. So many people for years have gotten caught in that situation where they renewed the license and controlled substance didn't get renewed because you have to come in, you have to go out, you have to come back in. So there's a whole issue with the process. I think the problem is that we have noticed all these people for many years now for this exact same problem. So I feel, yes, this rule should be addressed, discussed, something in the future, but this has already happened, and it's already happened to X number of people, lots of people in the past. So, you're getting a traffic ticket, complaining about it, you wanting somebody to fix the traffic ticket after the fact. Is that the correct thing to do, or do you change the rule now and for the things that come in the future? Is that more appropriate? Because, So, for me, I was presented with X number of cases, lots of cases, and all 3 of us reviewed, and I treated every single person exactly the same. It couldn't be any more fair, because the rule was broken as it states today. Again, if there was an issue previous, if the Sunset didn't like the way that we do things, then should that have been addressed previous to now? And I understand that the only issue is the amount of time that has transpired. But
yes,
we didn't have control over that. Like I said, we said it was reviewed in February, but due to circumstances, time passes, but it's still a violation. So it's just all of
I
it
mean, I-
seems, you know, like I said, I feel like if it's a rule that needs to be addressed, then you have to do that, go forward. Otherwise, I would ask that then you go back and correct all the past.
And
Because that you're not treating everybody fairly.
And if we went that route, Renee, I know a colleague, a good friend of mine, who thought he had done the license, the controlled substance, and the sedation. And you can only have one NDF in a 5-year period. So he got an NDF on the controlled substance, but then he got noticed for the sedation. And he now has a mark on his National Providers Data Bank for the very thing we're thinking about or discussing, thinking about kicking out. So if we're going to excuse one, do we excuse two? And then do we go back and take it off the National Providers Data Bank? And do we pierce that whole veil?
And again, I think that is something that should be addressed, modified, changed, whatever, for the future. And then you make decisions there, but to go back for this specific one case, is it, you know, when all people are supposed to be, licensees are supposed to be treated fairly, is that fair to select one person out of the mix? You know, just because they know somebody on the Sunset Committee.
And how many are in this class?
Roughly 33, 35. In that ballpark.
And I would say, for my 2 cents, whatever decision y'all would recommend, I would not say that you pick one out of the 30.
No.
You do the 30 and
mean-
treat them however, if they're all in an equal circumstance, you treat them all the same, but
I think you have 3 options before you. One of them is 33 people's notice stands or reissued, whatever, and you proceed forward. The other one is that you say, these 33 should have been noticed before that through no fault of their own and just dismissed. Or you say, we're going to establish a new rule and we're going to cease enforcing this rule while we develop the new rule. I don't know any other options for you because you do have the discretion to notice or not notice. And again, that is, you know, you're the board, it's your choice.
Is there any way that we can have them just pay their fine? And,
Absolutely.
no,
Absolutely not. Because that's one of the things that we're trying to avoid. You have the reason your non-disciplinary fines are appropriate and executable is because they are fair without discretion. It just is.
okay. Sharon, you got anything you want to add?
Well, I think that, sorry,
Here, come on.
from my position, because of the delay in how long it took, that we should, and Kelly and I discussed this, we should be taking all 33, 35, what that number is, and not having any of them pay for this. We received multiple phone calls as soon as these went out. Calls started coming in with people upset about it. And, you know, that's just my position, that I think that's fair for everyone.
I think anybody receiving that document is going to be upset and call you.
That may be a true statement,
But
but if I were personally getting something and it was months later, I would make that phone call, to your point, right?
But if I was renewing my license and I knew that it was delayed, I knew I would know that at some point that I'm going to be noticed. I don't know why it should be a surprise when you violated, because
Part of the complaint was they felt like that they corrected the issue in November, for example. All right, I got my license, I did what I needed to do, and they thought it was over, and we heard that over and over. And then months later, they get this notice, and that was what we were hearing.
that's
Correct. The broader thing is that in your statute, you have 2 competing uses of the word penalty. In one, you have your reinstatement. Administratively speaking, you have what is considered a reinstatement penalty or reinstatement fine. And that is when a layperson or a licensee reads that, they feel like they're being punitively punished for being delinquent or late on a thing. But the reality, of course, is that if you use controlled substance as an example, if you don't renew it and you don't write any prescriptions, right? And then you realize it and it's, oh, dang, it's March. I need to reinstate this thing. But you didn't write a single prescription from October 1 until March. There's not an issue. There's not an issue at all. And importantly, time, I appreciate that it's frustrating, but time is not a metric that legally is material to that.
Some wrote many prescriptions. It wasn't one.
Broader point is that you have cases that you've noticed that haven't come to fruition or whatnot because the board member perhaps hasn't committed to a term because it hasn't developed to that point. Time is not the core issue. It's a frustrating issue, it's an aggravating issue, but it's not a core issue.
Because we have others in the works. A lot that are not, that haven't been timely as well. What, you know what I mean?
Like the negligence cases, those take time.
Correct.
From the time they get the complaint before they get noticed, it could be substantial amount of time, 6 months or more, before everything's done and it's moving.
I mean,
I would say the counter argument to that is that this was a date certain thing, and a negligence thing does require an investigation, while the other one is kind of what's the timeline?
I think moving forward, we should be notifying them that this is going to still go to the board and still a decision made as to what the next step is, and not let them believe that this is a done deal. Pardon?
They are informed. That is done by licensing upon application. When they call and ask, is this over? It is stated up front, to my knowledge, it's stated up front that you are paying your reinstatement penalty or fee, right? But the board may have additional requests of you. And that is part of a pre-discussion on the administrative side before it even flips over.
And where I'm coming is when it flips to your side, Kevin, I believe that something should go out in the beginning that notifies them, and then their own notice, is anything gonna happen? And finally, oh yeah, here it is. I finally got this, and it's not as a big of a hit emotionally to them as it is what they're dealing with today. That's my only point. That doesn't resolve this issue, obviously.
I understand.
All right. Well, how does the board want to proceed with this? What's the wishes of the board? Anybody? Our choices are let it stand, rescind the entire group, or consider a modification of the way we do this.
Again, I do think we should consider a modification of how we do things, but whatever has transpired in the past stays in the past. Otherwise, you are going to have many more people knocking at the door with a complaint that this very same thing has happened to them. Just exactly.
I agree with Renee. If something had happened to me in 2025 that gets excused in 2026 only due to a timeline, I'm the first one here at 8 o'clock on Monday morning complaining.
I think we need to be careful when we change things. So I agree with you. When we change things, we have a system in place and then we make exceptions.
Correct.
I mean, it's sad, but I think we need to, be resolved in our policy and work toward making it better for those that come afterwards.
Correct.
All right, then it's the consensus of the board to let these notices stand as written?
Yes.
Yes, everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we need to have a vote?
We don't need to, yes, because they're already noticed. We'll just keep maintaining as it was to.
You know, everything we do, we bear the consequences of. So, I'm sure that we'll get to hear this again later, but being inconsistent has a consequence too.
Correct.
I agree. And, you know, we had a lot of extenuating circumstances this year. We were trying to make sure that we got our sentencing policy right. And, you know, maybe it deserves a notice on our website, you know, saying. Just, you know, apologizing formally.
I had the board employees call every licensee by a phone call before the due date. Make a physical phone call because I was so concerned. So they called how many people? Yes.
Oh, wow.
Over 2,000 people in the matter of 1 week to ensure that everybody renewed their license this last time. So it went above and beyond. And I get it. I totally get it. Many people are in this situation, but again, it's trying to be consistent and fairness. And then just because a complaint to someone who's on Sunset, you know, that doesn't make it fair for anybody either. So I mean, I'm sorry for everybody who's fallen into this situation. I've gotten personal phone calls myself, and I mean, but I feel like it's pretty much black and white. I mean, I had A, B, C, D, you know, and this is where you are. I mean, I didn't choose that.
Okay.
So.
All right. CE course approvals, Dr. Finn.
We have three, I'm sorry. We have three from Dr. Bunteller that he also had some approved last month. We have one from South Alabama Ortho that's doing ortho considerations for the general dentist office. And there's supposed to be a lot of people attending that one. Wiregrass has OSHA infection control, and then there's a special needs course by Bay Area Dental. So most of these we've already looked at before, and they're just reapplying for a different section.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the CE courses.
Motion to approve, second?
Second.
Second by Dr. White. All in favor? McElwain, yes?
White, yes.
York, yes.
Bishop, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
All right, unanimous approval. All right, dental license applications by credentials.
I recommend the listed for licensure by credentials upon passing of their jurisprudence.
Okay. Second has been made. All in favor?
Bishop, aye.
Okay, everybody, unanimous consent. All right, regional examination.
I recommend the following for licensure by regional exam and after passing their jurisprudence.
All right, a motion's been made, second.
Second.
Dr. White, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous consent. All right, now we're down to dental hygiene license applications.
I recommend the following be approved following the jurisprudence by credentials.
A motion has been made, a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Talbot, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous consent. Regional examination.
I recommend the following be approved by regional exam upon successful completion of jurisprudence.
Okay,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous consent. Retired disabled license. I recommend that the following two be approved for a retired disabled license.
Second.
Second by Dr. White. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Does anybody need a break?
5 minutes.
Dr.
A
Gray.
5-minute break?
Call in.
Okay.
You
What are we
call in
gonna,
real
is he,
quick?
Dr. Gray's gonna call in now?
After the break.
Oh, after the break. 5-minute break, y'all.
I agree 100%.
Thank you.
We cannot now.
I have to run.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back from break and we're on enforcements, investigations, Mr. Youngblood.
I'm getting stuck.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have two ADHP applicants that we had to do some background on. First one is applicant 4327. This applicant noted that she had a marijuana second possession arrest. She noted on her application. Talking to her, she was arrested during a traffic stop for about 6 grams marijuana, pled guilty to marijuana second, which is a misdemeanor, it's not a felony. And after she did community service, the charges were dismissed from her. That was verified through the jurisdiction where she was arrested, and there's nothing else pending with this applicant. So applicant 4327, y'all asked, need to have a recommendation to let her in or not let her into the program.
Okay. So she's cleared, no formal.
That's correct.
I recommend that we admit this applicant 4327 into the program.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
York, yes.
Piszak, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
Okay, unanimous. Right, Nick?
Second applicant, applicant 4389, she did not disclose any arrests on her application. When Gina was doing the background, she found that she had been charged with unlawful possession of marijuana first. I called the applicant, asked her about the arrest. She adamantly denied ever being arrested. So started doing the background on it, contacting the local jurisdiction. All the information was lining up to be her. Contacted the jail that she was processed in, got her booking photo. It was definitely her. Called her, explained to her, look, I'm sitting here looking at the information. It's you. And then she started remembering about the arrest and started talking about it. Now, there was not a conviction on this. It was no building grand jury. However, she did not disclose the arrest whenever she applied. I asked her a little bit more about why she didn't disclose it. She said that it was a fast year for her. She was pregnant. She was with her boyfriend when she got stopped. Had a child. Once she bonded out, she attempted to make contact with the court to find out court dates and such as that. They never would respond to her, so she just forgot about it and hadn't thought about it since. And so that's where we are.
Okay, so she had last year.
Yeah, pretty much. So this is applicant 4389.
So for me, it's not about the arrest. It's not about the marijuana. It's about the blatant lies. Until she was point blank caught, for me, that is a moral issue. I just have a problem with that.
So Ms. Perry, you making a recommendation not to allow her into the program?
Recommendation that she not be allowed. I'm not saying she can't apply again, but she needs to be truthful when she does.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. A motion and a second not to allow her in. McElwain, yes.
York, yes.
Piszak, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
Perfect, thank you. And on the rest of my report, we completed 2 inspections, one in Robertsdale and one in Hartford, and there weren't any issues with either of those inspections. Thank you.
Thank you.
into executive session going forward to do case review. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that, do you want to go out of order and do your research approvals and stuff like that first?
Okay, I was gonna recommend for research.
Second.
Before we do that, is there any other items we might need to research
Other
besides
than
CPA
me,
considerations?
other than me, and you wanted me to work on,
Oh, yeah, you'll work, with them on, alternatives for
Instructor
sponsoring, instructor sponsoring dentists for, AD.
Can you approve me and I'll help her?
Huh?
I will help her. Can
Okay.
you approve me to help her?
Dr. Talbot
That's
also.
perfect, correct? Yes.
And then you got
It was just a town hall and was last year broken up or was it the year before?
Last year, we had a town hall and we broke it up into sections.
Was that year 4 last?
That was the year before last. Last year, we just went in, it was just town hall.
I think it's
No,
just,
we
Keep it down.
we had, assigned sections that we talked about last.
so that's what Kay told me to prepare for. That's why I was asking, because I just need to know.
on the, for the town hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, last year we did, y'all did that?
Yeah, you did too.
I thought it was year 4 last I did.
Not, it was last year. We passed the mic around. You spoke down there last
Yeah.
year.
We had to.
I'm with you.
Last year was 2016.
You probably can get me convinced.
Yeah, that was last year.
All right, well, each person should be allowed 2 hours to prepare
And we just don't know our topic yet.
their topic.
Okay.
And let Dr. Gray
I will.
assign the topics.
Okay.
Because I think he set it up last time, didn't he?
That's correct.
He did.
Okay.
So you were doing ethics and a town hall?
Well, I thought we were just doing town hall, but.
Town hall.
Yeah, in the brochure, it just says town hall.
Well, let's just leave it town hall.
I think we did the town
Let's
hall.
just leave it town hall this time. Leave the ethics hall.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. All right, so there's nothing else to add there. So we have the motion, about,
I still need more time on the fourth meeting.
well, I gave you 2 hours per section.
No, manual.
Oh, the manual, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, how about, since you and I both can work on that, how about 3 hours each?
Okay.
Okay, because it just takes time.
Yeah.
And that's on the new board member manual and protocols.
Very good.
All right. So y'all got I think is it 3 things or 4 things that we?
3.
May I ask another question about the conference? Is there a reason why town hall occurs on Sunday when everything else is finished?
A couple of years ago, y'all originally asked for it to be on Sunday. But then again, you have the ADHP certification Saturday afternoon, and there really isn't another time.
Well, I looked at it.
Attendees to come and be able to participate, that they wouldn't be in conflict with other classes.
I looked and there was from 8 to 9, Friday and Saturday, that there wasn't a conflict.
Well, there are breakfasts and things like that.
We got pro assurance.
That's not at those times. But there might be,
Pro assurance is Saturday morning.
She said Friday.
I said, there were times, I didn't write it down, but there were times where it was,
I think Friday.
you know, the board of this or that, but I mean, the majority of the dentists, are not involved in that. So I feel like by waiting till Sunday, everybody's going home. And if we make the time to go all the way to the beach to have this town hall, I feel like we should put it at a time when people would actually attend because the attendance is poor.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think it's already been published this year.
Correct.
Yeah, and to
I'm
be
just
fair,
saying, I'm
yeah.
not saying it can be, I'm
Right.
just wondering, and I'm having the conversation today for the future. I'm not saying this meeting, no.
I mean, I think y'all just decide when you want to have it, and as long as it's not in conflict with other widely attended stuff, we can set it up.
Okay, thank you.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Bosma has arrived. Dr. Bosma?
First of all, apologies for some delay.
Microphone, Mary Beth.
Microphone.
Push. Okay. Apologies. Yeah, I just literally landed, so thank you so much for having me again. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Actually, this is one important topic that we wanted to talk about, which is trying to put a cap for the class for several reasons. Actually, the most important one is to maintain the reputation of this program. My reputation too as an educational director, because or as we mentioned before, adding a lot more students than we can accommodate actually would bring a lot of challenges. For sure, we're going to try our best this year to make sure that this program is going to be successful. I'll do my best. Ms. Gina has already did also a fantastic job. Also, we have another sites that came up with Dr. Al's practice, already have that on the board to accommodate for the extra students. But what's very important is to keep in mind every session, literally even with the class that graduated, there are some students that sometimes would say, were you a student in this program? You know, like because of how big the class is. Imagine now this year. Another thing is the faculty that could be present all the time, especially when you have a certain limited number of residents that can help with the hands-on at UAB at Dr. Al. This also can bring challenges because the number of student to faculty ratio would be way more significant. So maybe less time, or we have to add more days for the UAB visit. In addition, that might impact the board passing rate, especially when you have that big, you cannot control the amount of knowledge that you're giving to those students, especially those who are sitting in the back, those who are for sure doing everything that we can make sure to have a fair amount of education for all of them. But I think we should seriously consider capping the class in order to prevent problems like this from happening, because that's going to make us look not good when we have the board passing rate drop significantly from 90, 98 to suddenly we have 70. And also one big thing we always hear a complaint from other faculty, which is the last point, is why do we have the high sometimes failing rate in the program? It's because we have a very high number of students that are present in this program, and maybe like last year we had maybe 200, correct me, how much?
25, 26 was 178.
178. How many finished the program? Remind me. 150. 11 withdrew and 150. So we have a great number that end the program, and with the board passing rate already, it's significantly high, which I'm very pleased with. So this is some stuff that we have to consider, especially with how much work this is adding on us, how much extra probably days we need to add to make sure that this is fair education between previous years and this year's. And again, the whole purpose of this to end up graduating excellent hygienists, not only hygienists, right? Thank you. Question?
Thank you so much. What would you say is a healthy number to have each year in that program?
I think what we had before, anything between 150, 175, that would be a very good number that we can accommodate. I think this should be a reasonable number, especially having now that we have 12 residents. We have myself, Dr. Fahimi Poor, Ms. Gina there present. I think the student to faculty ratio would be a good number there. Yes, anything more than this, now we are adding way more work here. We're adding more days, we're adding more we have to bring more faculty, or if not, we have to add more sites, right? This is exactly what happened this year. And this is what I'm trying to avoid. Yes.
I think that we agreed to just tell everybody that it would be under 200 this year. We'll definitely can get to the number. But again, I would like to see how the first session or two goes. Also, I would still, again, like to have the numbers from the past few years, please.
Yes. And again, Ms. Perry, the thing is, even if the number went up to 300, we'll try our best to make sure we accommodate this number. But again, it's what we cannot control, because especially in the first two sessions, everyone is new, everyone is panicking, not knowing what's going on. So we are not going to get a very honest feedback, especially with the amount of material we're going to cover in the first 2 weeks.
But we would
two
already
sessions.
know about it. They would have already taken another test. We would at least know those answers. And I'm not saying keep it at 200.
True.
I'm just saying I would like to know
How the passing
how
rate
it's,
would be?
yes,
Yes.
just for this class, since it is one of the larger classes.
Okay. That
So,
sounds like a
yes, that's just purely for
for sure.
documentation, just
I
for
agree
us
with
to
you
know how the
100%.
classes work.
Yes, yes.
But I do agree that we should, if capping it's what's best, then that's good. It just wasn't ideal for this year. But if we could just know how it's going, and I don't know that it would be possible, but if we could just have a monthly report, that would be even better to know how the students are doing monthly with such a big class.
Sure, we can share the passing rate of the exams
Sure.
and we compare them to the last years. And again, we will.
Well,
we'll see.
I just meant specifically for this class, passing wise, because if they're having issues, then maybe some of us could take a little time and step in and help where needed, as far as helping them with what they're,
Or whatever.
whatever's missing. Maybe we
Whatever.
could help fill in, because we know that this is a burden and it's a bigger class. Maybe we could help with that too, whatever's needed.
Sure. Yes, I think it's more trying to be able, because let me give you an example. In one of the sessions, for example, we go over cases when we are trying to learn the diagnosis of periodontal disease, and we try to separate them into groups, and this usually takes a half day to make sure that everyone passed by and know now the new diagnosis of periodontal disease. But with having a bigger class, that would have probably leave now, instead of having 5 people discuss this case, now we have 15 people discussing this case. Of course, half of them are going to be sitting not saying anything. So now instead of having half, which is only 2 or 3 students, now we have 10 students probably not knowing what's going on. So that's the only thing. And again, it's a class, I'm giving a lecture. I gave lectures where there was 300, 400 people. I cannot guarantee how much are going to take from my lecture, especially I always try to walk in between them, make sure that they are always there. No phones, that's always very helpful, but we'll see how things will go.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do we need to have a vote so that Gina, when she speaks in July, that they know
We already told her to tell them it would be under 200.
we don't need to have no vote?
No. Why would we have to vote on it? We don't have a number yet.
Yeah, I think what we've already instructed Gina is to say that for next year, it will be under 200, and we haven't determined that final number yet, and that it will be first come, first served with the completed application.
So just for my clarification, so if they're missing proof of citizenship, or they're missing their infection control documentation, or whatever, is that considered an incomplete application, and those are automatically
just
not?
Yeah, they're not
Okay.
going to be denied. Yeah, they're not going to be denied. They're just going to be not put in order until it's complete.
Okay, got you. And one other thing, Kelly, I know you're a new board member, but historically, I have always prepared, always in my 7-year tenure, a monthly report. I let you know throughout the program, we had 3 that dropped out voluntarily, but then that protocol was changed in board meetings to where reports from staff members were no longer so, okay. Yeah, but
We'll just email it so we can kind of keep up.
right, I just wanted you to know that historically, I've always done that. I always have. I always keep board members abreast of where we are in the program as we're progressing. So, okay, thank you.
Any questions?
So, thank you.
Is there anything that you need? Since we have overwhelmed you, is there
No, that's
anything
fine.
that
We're
that you
always-
need to make this, is there anything for us to do or
No, I
provide
want to
for
thank you
you?
first for applying for the email and taking that into consideration. Thank you all. And no, just we're in the same boat, right? We're trying to
Thank
see how
you.
things are going to work, but for sure this is going to bring a lot of extra work and extra time. So we'll work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see, we are down to going into executive session to consider enforcement, enforcement in cases.
I'll make a motion. We'll go into executive session to discuss board cases and pending litigation.
I second.
Dr. White seconds that motion. Roll call vote, McElwain, yes.
White, yes.
York, yes.
Bishop, yes.
Yes.
Talbot, yes.
Perry, yes.
Perry, yes. Okay. All right.
And I certify I'm a member of good standing with the BARDA, and there's pending litigation to discuss in executive session.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. Let's see, we have considered our investigations and cases, and now we have some recommendations. We have no evidence to sustain cases, which are
Starting with Dr. McElwain, 2661, Dr. Pishak, 2642, Dr. Talbot, 2655, Dr. York, 2624, 2633, 2634, and 2640.
okay. Do I hear a motion to accept this?
Motion.
A second? Second by Dr. Piszczek, motion by Dr. White. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Pishak, yes.
Unanimous? All right, now we have an out of jurisdiction.
Except for the hygiene member.
Accepting the hygiene member.
Right, and then the
Excuse
team
me.
leader not being able to vote for their own case, for the reflective.
Right.
Got it.
Okay.
And then for the out of jurisdiction recommendation, it was the Dr. McElwain case, the 2647.
Okay, somebody make a motion.
I'll move that we, accept this recommendation.
Dr. White, a second.
A second.
Dr. York? Okay, I abstain, and the hygiene member abstains. Dr. White?
Yes.
York, yes.
Pishak, yes.
Talbot, yes.
All right, now we have two cases that are going to be noticed for hearing. They
Yes, sir.
are,
Dr. White case, 2628, recommends notice for a hearing with a count of negligence.
I'll make a motion to accept that recommendation.
all right. Do I hear a second?
I abstain.
Second by Dr. Piszczek. McElwain, yes.
Pishak, yes.
York, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Period. Abstain.
And White abstains. All right. Next case.
Yes, sir. The second one is a Dr. Pishak case. It's 2653. Again, this is a single count of negligence.
Pishak abstains.
I'll make a
Okay.
motion to accept the recommendation.
Motion to accept the recommendation, second.
Second.
Dr. White seconds. McElwain, yes.
White, yes.
York, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Period. Abstain.
And Piszczek abstains. All right. In the matter that we considered earlier,
Conflict check.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Do you want to do conflict?
You go right ahead.
Yes, sir. So the Dr. White case, 2628, is a Dr. Laurentis Barnett. If anybody has a problem with that. Okay. And then in the Dr. Pishak case, 2653, that is Grady Swigert. If anybody has a conflict evaluating that.
Yeah, just if you believe it.
If you have a
If you're
conflict.
unable to
let
hear
us
it
know.
fairly.
I mean, what determines that you know the person or?
The
or
legal
just
definition,
Ethically, you think that you can't make it, I mean,
I think that's fair. What you would legally have to do is if you have a familial business relationship that would be affected by the outcome, you have to do it. I think you can if you feel like there's something about the person charged that would lead you to be an unfair, an unbiased, or be a biased adjudicator. Then I think that if you feel that way and you have reasons to feel that way, you can recuse.
If you feel like you could not be fair.
Yes,
That's the
that's the
standard.
easiest way to do it. If you don't think you could be fair, just go ahead and recuse, and that's fine. You just have to if you have a personal or financial relationship attached to it.
I mean, we all know him. We all, and we, as long as you think you can be fair, that's the benchmark. All right. In the matter of the administrative notices since February, I've asked the board to reconsider that pending some changes that we'd like to make it fair to everybody. Do I hear a motion that we reconsider those?
I make a motion to reconsider the disciplinary actions of the February meeting.
Kevin, help us word that properly.
Motion needs to state that the board wants to repeal the notices issued in the administrative matters since February of 2026.
Okay. That's the motion. Dr. Piszczek has made. Do I hear a second? Second by Dr. White. Roll call vote. McElwain, yes.
White, yes.
York, yes.
Piszczek, yes.
Talbot, yes.
Abstain.
Yes.
Okay. We would like to have the rule that involves administrative fines reworded so that there's not a restriction of one in every 5 years, but instead we can use it in these matters because we consider it a little strict for the National Practitioner Data Bank to be involved in these. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
And will you bring us back something next month?
Yes, sir.
I don't think we need a vote on that. We just need to have Kevin write us something up that we can
It'll be
consider.
done. Yep.
All righty. Are there any more matters to appear before the board?
Adjournment.
Motion to adjourn by Dr. Piszczek, second by Dr. York and White. All in favor?
Aye. Mr. President,
This is a hard
you
day.
got somebody